say, can you see by the dawn's early light? For so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular upon spur, singing out, yeah, through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown. Williams with the throw to the plate.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina.
All right, greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home. Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barndo Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros. There when you need them, Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. The Barndo Co. can build your dream home. Start today and finish soon, and you'll be happy. We all will be. The Barndo Co. builds homes in the Carolinas and in Georgia and in Tennessee. Head to the barndoco.com to build your dream home today. They are Carolina owned and operated. So are we. So is Matt. And so is Will. Two guys much more talented than myself, and I'm happy to have them. Wil Crowe, big leaguer. We'll talk some Carolina baseball with him. We'll call Matt a big leaguer for the hell of it, just so he feels good about himself. He's here to talk about some of the portal stuff. Obviously, Meechie's back, and there's a bunch of other stuff going on with Carolina hoops. And so we're going to lead off with that here in just a second. Gamecocks did win last night. They 10-run rule Presbyterian, as they should. And now they'll turn their attention to the Dude. They head west to Starkville, Mississippi. And then coming up, scheduled for 11, probably going to be more like 11:20 a.m. We get the head coach of the softball program, the best story in college softball right now. Ashley is back. Ashley Chastain Woodard, or the way I refer to her, she's just Ashley Chastain to me. I apologize to Robert Woodard, but she's just Ashley Chastain to me. So we can't wait to get her in. We'll try to get into some Carolina football today as well. It's going to be pretty jam packed around here. But boys, good to see you. Glad, did I miss the backward hat memo?
Didn't even realize it. Good morning.
It's kind of my thing. I just do it, and when I don't wear a hat, people are like, "Matt, where's the hat?"
I know. So. I get the same thing. I tried the no hat look, and I got shot down. So it's all good. But we won't get to hoops without first getting to what's right there behind me. I was just devastated this morning to hear about Val Kilmer passing away. He passed away due to pneumonia. He had throat cancer. He beat it, and he's had some other things going on over the years. But tonight, I could tell you too this. I don't know which one yet, but I will be watching one of the Top Guns. Val Kilmer is one of my favorite actors. Now, I didn't love every movie he was ever in. But number one, from what I understand, he's an outstanding guy. He's an outstanding person. And I always like knowing that about the people in Hollywood. But between the Top Guns, notably Top Gun 1 or Top Gun and Tombstone, it just doesn't get much better than Doc Holliday and Iceman. So hat tip around here to the great Val Kilmer. That was childhood for guys like us. So man.
No Batman. You're not going to watch Batman tonight?
Well, no, I liked him in Batman. I thought
he did
Batman.
Good.
Oh yeah, I thought he did great in Batman. I mean, he's a great actor in everything he's ever been in, to be honest with you. I mean, if you really go back, I mean, Top Gun is always going to is Top Gun y'all's favorite, or is it Tombstone?
Tombstone's my favorite, but I'm not going to turn down Top Gun.
Well, you can't. Yeah, nobody turns down Top Gun. I mean, he's been in so many movies over the years. I mean, I don't know. But those are the two that kind of have always stood out to me. And man, I can't stand hearing that. Cannot stand it. So, R.I.P. Val Kilmer. And by the way, Top Gun is the reason, or Top Gun is like, I wanted to be a fighter pilot because of Top Gun. Clearly that didn't work out, but you might need to join the Navy or something like that to do that. But anyways, so RIP to the great Val Kilmer. All right. Will, we're going to lead off with some hoops today. Wanted to get Matt in. He's been all over this, talking to sources, et cetera, et cetera. We did talk yesterday about the fact that it was imminent before Mei Johnson would be returning to this program, and now he is back. What does that mean for South Carolina?
First, it means that you have a guy that's going to be in his third year with Lamont Paris. Miles Stute, as long as he gets that waiver, which you feel pretty good about, he'll be in the third year with Lamont Paris, and Morris Ugasuk will be in third year with Lamont Paris. Having some continuity was big. I thought they needed to maintain at least 3 to 4 of the guys from this past year's team, just because you got to know how Lamont wants things done.
Sure.
But to get Meechie back, and Meechie thrived with Lamont Paris, his 2 best seasons in college, whereas the Gamecock, and it fills a pretty big hole because this year the Gamecocks didn't have a lot of guys that could put the ball in the bucket. And Meechie might make you pull your hair out in some of the shots he takes, but I've said it a million times, when he gets hot, it looks like that rim's 10 feet wide, and he'll start firing
from anywhere. You almost wonder, you cannot, there's no correct answer to this statement or question, or however you want to phrase it, but you almost wonder how many of those tight games they were in this year would they have won if Mei Johnson was in a uniform, and had they won 4 or 5 of those games early, where would things have been at the end of the season, Matt? I mean, I look at it that way. I mean, he's not the only player on the team. Obviously, we're going to get to the other guys that are coming into the portal and exiting in the portal. There's no question, but I look at that and I think, well, that was the shooter. That was the difference maker that they were probably missing in a couple of those ball games.
It was easily a plus minus 9. just because they were still going to score some points. I mean, you can't just say Meechie was going to score 14 and add 14 points to every game because there's only one ball. But I mean, I think it was probably close to double digit plus minus if Meechie had been in there. So you see some of those games like the North Florida game to start the season, just from a continuity standpoint of having Colin Murray-Boyles, Miles Stute, and Meechie together in that game. I don't think they lose to North Florida. I think they're more competitive in the Indiana game, might win the Xavier game. You go back and look at all the teams that the Gamecocks lost to, pretty much every single one of them was in the NCAA tournament. So the Gamecocks, like you've said for a while, JB, they were close. But I think that the big thing as well is like Meechie is a competitor. And I think that there were a lot of guys on the team this year, and you've seen some of them kind of exit the program, that they wanted to win, but they didn't hate to lose is the best way that I can explain it. And that's just what I've heard from things in the locker room. Yeah,
we know all about that, don't we, Will? I hate to lose more than I enjoy winning. I think that's how Coach Spurrier built his whole career.
I think there's some stuff written about me. There's one L in my name because of that reason. I hate losing. I cannot stand it. So that's tough to hear, because when you get a bunch of guys, when that doesn't matter, it's hard to win, man. It's if you're okay with it, it's hard to win. So yeah, I'm glad we're getting Meechie back, because I think he's a big addition.
Well, and I think too.
I mean, you would have jerked a knot in some of these guys after a loss. They're laughing in the locker room, having a good time.
Yeah, that would not have sat well with me, to say the least.
No, it's not ideal. But it also says, he's returning. I mean, I don't know. I maybe there's one out there. I'm not so sure, but not of this profile of a kid who started at a program, went to another program, left the program, went back to the program he started at, then left that program and went back to the second program that he went to. I just, I know that probably there will be some fans who are from a fan standpoint who are going to be a little bit cautious about, what type of impact this will be to the program. I'm not sure I see this as anything but a positive. We know what type of a player he is. Carolina needs that type of a player. We know what type of a player, and to your point there, putting this uniform back on matters to him. I'm pretty sure, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. Obviously, he's going to get some NIL dollars. I'm not so sure that he couldn't have gotten more somewhere else, but he wants to be back here at South Carolina, and that matters.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he talked about playing the recruiting game, and he did go on a visit to Vanderbilt over the weekend. But his heart was at South Carolina, and sometimes, there's more than dollars and cents to the game. And if you're going to get compensated, you're going to get paid, you're with a coach that loves you, a coach that cares about you, you have a great relationship there, and you've had your most success with him. Like, why, you don't fix something that's not broken. So, and I don't think he could have played in the SEC against South Carolina. I think it really would have hurt him in his heart, having to do that. So, worked out for all parties.
Yeah, happy to have him back. A couple of weeks ago, mentioned here on the program, there could be another guy who was a little bit off the radar that could jump into the portal, but certainly would be on the radar when he was in there, and that is Cam Scott. And he did get in yesterday, and we were talking to Mike about this yesterday. I mentioned to Mike, hey, look, with the addition of these shooters, Eli's coming in. He's a two-guard. The Eagle staff kid who's coming in from North Dakota State, I know he can flex it a little bit, but, he's coming in to shoot it. Meechie's going to come in and shoot it. What in the world does that mean for Cam Scott? Because Cam Scott's not a point guard. So is there going to be an effect to that? And last night it was made official that Cam Scott is in the portal and he will depart the program.
Yeah, with Cam, he came in with a big reputation, and you kind of watched the recruiting rankings of him, and he dropped a little bit. And, I've seen a lot of rumors that Texas dropped him. Texas didn't completely drop him. They were just okay if he wanted to go somewhere else. Is basically, the gist of that. They would have taken him. With Cam, I'm disappointed because I don't know if he completely bought in this year. I don't know. I mean, it's hard. A lot of freshmen don't. A lot of freshmen, it takes time. I mean, I look back when I started college, I was 17 years old. I was an idiot, like the dumbest person in the world. Like, didn't go to class because I couldn't get a parking spot close to the classroom. So I just turned right back around and go home. I'm not saying Cam did that or anything like that, but Cam's the kid I think is going to be pretty good as a junior and a senior. But for next year's roster, it makes perfect sense for him to move on. And it's another one where all parties are probably okay with it. And look, this is becoming – it's free agency. I mean, these coaches, if they can improve their roster year over year, they have to now because that's their livelihood. And if you're talking about a straight swap, and I don't think it was a straight swap, but a Meechie for a Cam, even if it's only 1 year, you take that swap because next year is a big year for the Gamecocks. They want to get back to the NCAA tournament. They want to make noise. They want to keep recruiting well. So, hate to see him go, but it is what it is.
Wish him the best of luck. There's no doubt about it. Cam's a good kid, and obviously, didn't go the way he wanted it to go this year. But greener pastures for Cam Scott, and obviously South Carolina. Worried about South Carolina seems to be very comfortable with where they are. I mean, this shooting problem seems like it's getting resolved quickly. I mean, I know that we got to wait till next year and watch them go play ball, et cetera, et cetera. I get all that, but they've recruited the young guy who they want to grow into that role and that be kind of the future. They've signed the dudes out of the portal, Meechie, who they already know about, Eagle staff. So, they're kind of building the pipeline, if you will, to that position. They still got to get a point guard, though, right, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I have the numbers in front of me right now. If you're really looking at guards, you got Meechie, Morris, and Eli. Then wings, Trayson, Miles, and Grant Polk. You can't really count on Grant Polk to do much as a freshman, even though he's a great shooter. He's going to have an opportunity in a role. And then bigs, the big question is still Colin Murray-Boyles. What's he going to do? I think that you're not seeing a ton of guys declare for the NBA draft right now. I think that he owes it to himself to go through the process and get his grade, go to the combine, if nothing else, get feedback on, what he can improve on. And then he has to make a decision. Do I want to do that in the pros or do I want to do that in college another year? He's still young. He'll be 21 in the draft month of next year. So, I put on the Big Spur yesterday. It's kind of like leverage in baseball. And Will, I mean, about this, but he's still young enough where he's not going to get to the point where like, oh, you're too old now. He'll be 21 his rookie season. So, deciding, what amount of NIL money you can get. Lamont Paris said that a SEC school offered him $2.5 million. Donovan Dent just got $3 million to go to UCLA. I mean, Colin, if he comes back, I mean, it's going to be a situation like Dylan Stewart and Lenore's. Colin doesn't want to go anywhere else, but they're going to have to pay him, and not because he's going to demand it, because he's earned it. And if that's what you can do in sports now, you compensate your players because that sets a great example going forward. So we'll see what happens with Colin. But, then other big guys, Oku, Chris, Jordan Butler, EJ Walker, and Hayden are freshmen. I mean, if they have 3 scholarships left. I mean, I said yesterday they got to get 2 point guards. You got to go find 2. Like, we need actual point guards, not combo guards, not wings. You need an actual point guard. So, assuming Colin stays, I think you need one more established big, and then I think you go try and find 2 point guards and hope one of them hits and can run the offense. But you can't go forward without a point guard, at least one.
Yeah. Well, and part of that, I mean, what in the world is going on with Jamari Thomas? I thought he was out of eligibility. How is he in the transfer portal?
There's been rumors that he felt confident that he could get another year. I don't know how, when you go look at his career arc and how many games he played in every single season. There's no more COVID waivers, anything like that. So, but the NCAA, I mean, they'll let him play till he's 30, maybe. I mean, you never know nowadays.
Yeah, I guess he just jumps in in hopes of maybe, getting lucky. I don't know. When you actually go back and look at Thomas's numbers in the season, you look at it, and this is what will happen, not necessarily here locally, but across the country when you start getting into the late summer and the early fall, and they start evaluating teams and stuff like that, and you get all your predictions that come out, and you're going to get a lot of these basketball analysts that they're going to look at the paper and they're going to go, okay, well, South Carolina is having to replace a point guard last year who averaged over 13 points per game, who shot about 37, I think, % or so from the field. almost 40% from the field, about 37% from long range. Like those numbers are going to actually look pretty good. 13 points per game in the SEC for a point guard is pretty good. But the problem, we watched it throughout the season, that's going to be on paper, the preseason discussion of how you replace production. The issue, though, was the facilitator. Like he wasn't really that. I mean, time and time again, and I'm not trying to knock on Jamari Thomas. I hope he does whatever, wherever he goes, I hope he's incredibly successful. But there was just too many really sloppy offensive possessions this year where, he's running into the zone and really doesn't know what to do once he gets in there. And, there wasn't a lot of ball movement. It was just a lot of just gibberish, quite frankly, just a lot of gibberish. And you go back last year and you get an experienced guy to the portal like Talon, who comes in and, Derek infamously used to call him the old man. And he just kind of dribbled around and turned his back to you when you're kind of trying to guard him. And he passed the ball. He slowed the game down, allowed everything to kind of work its way out. You didn't feel like you were running for your life every time the ball was moving down the floor. And they were able to set up shots and knock them down. And they're just – now, I know they didn't knock enough shots down this year. That is very true, Matt. But from a basketball standpoint, a lot of it was very rushed, right? So they're looking for a point guard who's like, hey, I'm the captain of this ship. When we get across this half-court line here, I'm going to make sure that everything is where it needs to be. And I just don't think there's enough of that with Jamari last year.
And there wasn't. And if you go and look at the guys that either have graduated or moved on in the transfer portal, that's got to be 75% of the turnovers. It's got to be. I mean, you have Zach Davis, Jamari, Jacoby, Arden Conyers, Cam Scott. I mean, those guys were loose with the basketball, to say the least. And sometimes just not even catching the ball. Like the first thing you got to do is catch it before you can go anywhere. So I'm optimistic. You go back to Talon. Talon didn't average double figures as a point guard at South Carolina. I think he averaged like 8.9 or 9.3 or something like that. But like you said, he controlled the entire game. He was the straw that stirred the drink. And looking at the roster, even as it sits right now, if Colin comes back, that's fantastic. Even if he doesn't, this looks more like of a basketball team Lamont Paris wants. But you got to find that point guard. I mean, the Trayson kid, I don't think he's going to be a slasher. I don't think he's going to be a driver. But he can shoot off the move. He can hit his set shots. He's a great, great shooter. And then Eli's Eli. We'll see how it translates. But he's a good shooter. Meechie, can create for himself. You talk about like the last 5 seconds in the shot clock, and now you have 2 or 3, maybe 4 guys that you do trust to shoot. I trust Miles Stute to shoot a 3 with 3 seconds left on the shot clock. That's what they were missing. And if they get the point guard, just watch out and get a couple point guards. Colin Murray Boyles might say, I love college. This is fun.
Yeah. And I'm making enough money to stay. That's where NIL kind of helps you right now when it comes to fringe guys with the draft. The Stute situation, I made the mistake for the first time in 6 or 7 days of even attempting to look at some of the know-it-alls on the message boards last night. And it's shocking to me how many people just don't know anything actually about basketball. But they do. They'll tell you they do. They don't actually know. And oh God, Stute and this, that, and the other. I'm like, he wasn't healthy all year. He wasn't healthy before he actually went out with the blood clot issue. Like the guy's shot it well for 4 years in college, but he didn't forget how to shoot. I mean, Miles Stute returning to South Carolina is a damn good thing, not a good thing. It's a damn good thing for South Carolina. He might not play 30 minutes a game, but I mean, he might be it probably will be, Matt, right? In the same role that he's been in since he was here. He'll rotate in and, they'll run an efficient offense and he'll be able to fire him up and knock him down. I just cannot believe that there are actually people out there who apparently should have put their name in the hat to be the next head basketball coach at South Carolina, which as much as they know, who look at this and type those things. It's baffling to me, but him returning to Carolina, it's a good thing. Yeah, I know, right? Him returning is a good thing.
Yeah, and I was dabbling on the Big Spur. I have to, but so I was dabbling on it yesterday, and someone was like, Miles Stute wouldn't start for any other SEC team, and like the very next post is like, he started for Vanderbilt the year before he came to South Carolina, and I just laughed because like just like a modicum amount of research, and you would see something. But I mean, Miles Stute can be a 6th man of the year like that. Like, I'm not even being.
Well, he doesn't have to start.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think he's great. It's huge for South Carolina. It's huge for continuity. This team's going to look more like Lamont Paris next year, and Lamont will not be as frustrated as he was at times this year because he was very frustrated.
Yeah. Elsewhere with the portal, obviously we've talked a lot of these other guys to death around here. We got to let you run in just a second, but any other news, notes, or nuggets that you'd like to pass along, my friend?
I know that they're still waiting on that point guard to maybe enter the portal that John's been mentioning. Spoke to John about that the other day. I don't have the name, so I can't give it to you. and I probably wouldn't. That's John's scoop. But anyway, we'll see what happens with that guy. John's really high on him. So we'll see what happens. But there's going to still be so many more guys that enter the portal. The big thing right now is you got about 5 days until that legislation kicks in where NIL kind of changes. So I think it's going to be a flurry of activity between now and the 7th, or I guess the 6th. I don't know if it starts at midnight on the 7th or what the deadline is, but there's going to be a flurry of activity, and don't be surprised to see some big numbers out there. I don't think that these big numbers are year over year big numbers. I think it's going to be this year, and then they'll figure it out as they go next year. And but South Carolina's in a much better spot than they were last year when it comes to NIL dollars and contributions and the amount of money they can put into this team. So, you're talking about 1.6-ish last year was the number that I was told, and I know it's over double that, and it might be triple or quadruple to be honest.
Well, it's wild.
It's a good number.
Yeah. Real quick here, Buzz Williams departing College Station A&M for Maryland. Any news on who the Aggies may replace him with?
So the hot name last night was Chris Beard. Chris Beard would probably want to go back to Texas. He likes Texas, but Chris Beard will play the game that Lane Kiffin plays every year. He'll go flirt. He'll go mess around. He'll figure out how much more money he can squeeze out of Ole Miss, how much money he can squeeze out of Texas A&M. But the big thing that I heard with Texas A&M is we all know they spend money. I mean, they'll spend money on baseball, they'll spend money on football, but evidently basketball, they're having trouble. And Buzz Williams did not get along with some of the big donors there. And that was an issue. And if you know anything about Texas A&M, those donors want to be wined and dined. They want to feel like they're a part of the program. And it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But yeah, Chris Beard was the name I heard, and evidently Texas A&M fans are saying bring him back, kind of the FU to Texas, and we'll see what he does. But yeah, there's going to be more dominoes that come out here soon with all these teams. I mean, you got to remember, there's still teams playing like the NIT right now. Right. When that season ends, there might be a coaching change.
Good point. Matt, always good to have you. Good stuff. Enjoy the Final Four this weekend.
Yeah, we'll do. Good to see you, Will.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, good to see you.
All right. We are brought to you by Tony Pope State Farm, TonyPope.com. It's a great time of the year to shop that insurance. TonyPope.com. And when we return from the hardwood to the diamond, Gamecocks win. They head to Mississippi this weekend, Mississippi State to be exact. We'll talk to Will about all of that. Ashley Chastain coming up in hour 2. We'll be right back.
You don't have to be Scottish to enjoy South Carolina's most unique family festival, a celebration of Celtic culture. Tartan Day South, built by Culpeper Wood. Experience adventure, Highland games, music, dancing, animals, crafts, rides, a car show, and a parade. Kick off your weekend with a Celtic concert on Friday and a full day of affordable fun and festivities on Saturday at the historic Columbia Speedway. April 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets and more information at tartandaysouth.com. Your first visit won't be your last.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Touchdown Brewer. Set up a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown Brewer, his second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer. Turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer. Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
Get along on down the road. We got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, drink a beer, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
We can all get along around here, that's for sure. Gamecock Traditions will really help you get along if you head to GamecockTraditions.com. Man, they got some just incredible gear. They've got the Ribo hats there and all the Carolina baseball, basketball, football, softball, stuff you can imagine. Coffee mugs. Come on, we know it's somebody's anniversary or somebody's birthday, right, Will? Get somebody something nice with the Gamecock logo from Gamecock Traditions, GamecockTraditions.com. Carolina wins last night, 11-1 over Presbyterian. They snap a 7-game losing streak that seemed like 7-year losing streak, to be honest with you, Will. Sometimes it takes a midweek get-right game, and it was a little tight last night, but they were able to pull away from the Blue Hose and 10-run rule them, and tomorrow they'll get on an airplane and head to the Dude. They'll head to Starkville, Mississippi, in anticipation of a really big 3-game series this weekend where maybe they can make up some ground. Mississippi State is in the same boat that South Carolina is. They are just really trying to find it. So, let's kind of go back here to get where we are, Will, whatever. Gold jacket, green jacket. We knew that was going to be an incredibly difficult stretch, and we also knew when that Sunday game happened against Oklahoma, that could be costly. They're going to have to get one back somewhere, and they have not been able to do that. They've lost a couple of heartbreakers, North Carolina being one of them, Saturday against Tennessee being another one of them. That certainly wouldn't make this stretch seem as poor. We'll get to the offense in a minute, but starting with the pitching staff, give us your evaluation.
Yeah, I mean, I was there Friday. I saw, McCoy throw in, and I thought, I thought he did a good job. I think, we had the one inning that kind of killed us, and that's fair with the, the error and the runs. But for the most part, with that team and that lineup, and I was up in the 80. I got to sit in the 80 box with my family with some donors and some of the money guys, and I was having a conversation, and to know that they have almost 3 times the amount of money that we do in our team and they're starting 11, it's incredible. For one, I didn't realize that it was as much as it was, but for what we did over the 3-game series against Tennessee, especially, I mean, we out hit them. I think we threw enough strikes. I think walks wise, we were right there. I think both teams had 6 walks on the weekend, so it's not like we were free passing them to death. I thought we played, good enough baseball. The first couple innings on Friday night were rough. Those 5 runs on the second inning was real rough. But, we kind of pulled it back. We got some momentum. And then Saturday, that was a heartbreaker, like you said. We really have to find someone who's going to step up and make a difference at the end of games.
Yeah.
As much as we get to the 7th inning or we give ourselves a chance to win in the 7th or 8th inning, and I don't know the exact number, but I know it's high. I do know it's high. But the ERA for us in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, it can't be pretty, especially in conference games. And, I know it's tough. I've had my fair share of struggles in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, and I know how hard it is to get those outs when, it's crunch time. But, I also know that somebody has to step up. Somebody has to say, hey, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be fun. It's not going to be pretty, but I'm going to do it. I think that game on Saturday, the one thing that probably – now, I don't know if this is true. This is just an assumption and what it looked like. I think on the 2-run homer, we go down 2-0 or 1-0 count, and that guy's a good hitter. I think if you listen to Vitella talk on Friday before the game, he had told Grayson that the guy who hit that home run, I think he was in the 7th hole, 6th or 7th hole. He said he thought he was going to be one of the key reasons for this weekend. They have 4 guys in their starting lineup. They're supposed to get on the top 30 picks this year and the pitching staff. So for him to bring his name out, and then, it seemed like, hey, we tied the game. We're getting harped on to throw strikes. Let's lay one in here. And I think it was like a 2-0 breaking ball, but it wasn't very competitive. Just right there in the middle of the heart of the plate. And, those guys hit homers. We know it. We're not the strongest, most powerful team, but they are. They're swinging it, and they hit the ball at the ballpark, and they train. They do those things. And for us to get back into that, tied up at 5, going into the late innings of the game, and it just seemed like we just kind of threw it in there. To me, it didn't seem like that was a competitive go at with who was on deck. I know their shortstop was very defensive because their main shortstop is hurt, but and I think it's Antigua was his last name. I think he was on deck, and I'm pretty sure he was hitting about 210 coming into the weekend. So, with 1 out in the 9th or 1 out in the 8th, in the 9th, in the 9th, he hit that home run, right?
He hit it in the 9th.
Yeah. With 1 out in the 9th, or maybe even no outs in the 9th, man on first, do you want to go after the guy who's hitting, 300 with 6 bombs and killed you on Friday night too? Or do you want to, hey, we might pick our poison here, but we're going to go get the next guy. We're going to get the guy who's hitting 200. And I think there's a mental side of it too that, we ought to just put I don't want to say this the wrong way, but put our nuts on the table. Let's put our nuts on the table. Let's kind of bear down, and let's also be smart. There's some things that irritated me a little bit just because I feel like we just kind of gave in certain points when we just got back, when we just got to where we needed to be. And it's almost a matter of like, well, they're telling us to throw strikes. Well, they're not telling you to throw stupid strikes, where they're not telling you to throw uncompetitive strikes. They're telling you to go out there and work your butt off and don't just give them 7 free passes or 8 free passes. And it seemed like that on Saturday. And then, Sunday I watched a little bit, and then, it wasn't going good. And I watched every inning leading up to Sunday. And I was like, well, maybe if I turn it off and the Tennessee and me will switch, and it'll, growing up 10 minutes from the stadium over there in Lindsey Nelson, hopefully I put some bad juju by turning it off and it didn't pull us in through it. But I was trying to do all sorts of crazy stuff. But, I think if we can figure out the last 3 innings, I think we're in a very different looking outcome so far. And I know that was long-winded, and I'm sorry, but there's some things that at the end of the game, somebody's got to do it, and whether you're our best arm, you're our worst arm, you got the best stuff, you got the worst stuff. A lot of that 7th, 8th, 9th inning stuff that turns over a game or wins you ball games is a mentality.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. Look, let's talk about free bases for a second. So in the Arkansas series, and then you add North Carolina into it, there were 33 free bases given out by this staff in 33 innings. Talk about walks and HBPs. In the last 4 games, you include the 3 against the Vols, and then last night against PC, you include HBPs and bases on balls. That number is down to 14. So that is a great sign. And honestly, Arkansas swings it incredibly well. Tennessee swings it incredibly well. You can make the argument that they're the 2 best offenses in the SEC, and you'd have a really good argument if you made that. But when you go look at the scores, the Tennessee series was much more competitive than what happened down in Fayetteville. So nobody can ever possibly try to convince this baseball brain, and I know yours, that those numbers I just gave don't matter. They matter greatly. And when you start just giving people first base, those runners come around to score. And so I think that they have absolutely made some progress there, Will. That if they can stay on that track, and we're going to talk about Jarvis in a second, but if they can stay on that track, and as you pointed out, find some juice at the back end of the bullpen and get some guys comfortable and going out and kind of being that dog, you will run into some wins. And that's how it's done. Oh, yeah. That's how it's done. You'll run into some wins that maybe you didn't see, maybe you did see coming, but a lot of other people, of course, probably didn't see coming. Now, in order to get there, you got to have guys who, maybe are a little bit fresh, and you don't want to have a starting rotation of dudes who are just coming out there and, around the 2nd or 3rd inning, you're already having to get everybody loose. That did not happen on Saturday, and there's a reason why that game was incredibly close. Jarvis Evans gave him 6, 4 hits, 3 earned, 1 walk, 5 Ks, 92 pitches against the best offense in the SEC. That's getting it done. The thing that I saw, I really couldn't wait to talk to you about this. The thing that I saw from Jarvis, we're in this era, right, Will, of velo and how hard do you throw? What's your spin rate? Blah, 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 blah. Hey, man, what'd the computer say about me today? Did you win? Because the computer shows me that you lost. I don't give a crap about the rest of that stuff. But in the era that we're in, he was staying under bat speed. And you could see it throughout the game. The breaking ball, the changeup, even the fastball. He's not going to throw 95. He might get into the low 90s from time to time, but you would see a fastball come in at 86. Wanted to get your evaluation of that as a pitcher and staying under bat speed against some of these guys who are expecting to be heated up.
Yeah, I mean, there's like always a funny saying in baseball. It's like there's a hitting speed. There's a hitting speed that guys are used to. And I'll tell you right now, the hitting speed has gone up a lot since I've been in college.
100%.
And for the college game. But, right now, like 86 to 88 is under the hitting speed, 90, that 89 to 93, everybody's got that. Everybody's seeing that, and everybody's ready for that. So, yeah, I mean, he definitely was kind of mix and matching, kind of like a Jamie Moyer, he's just kind of, I'm going to pick you apart with this. I'm going to do this here. I'm going to do this here.
Denny Nagel.
Man. Yeah, like just doing things that like you don't really see nowadays.
Right.
And for me, his calm and composure and the way he goes about his business is so refreshing because I play in the new era. I'm the data, this, all the stuff that a lot of people don't like. I don't really like it either. I've got to adapt to it. But I'm more of an old school guy, and watching a guy like that basically stand up there and say, hey, I'm coming at you. You're not going to get free passes. You're not going to, I'm not going to take you deep into counts. I'm going to throw you something over the plate. If you get me, I don't care. I'm going to come right back at you with the next pitch. The way he picks off guys, the way he's calm with guys on base, like, I love it. I absolutely love it. It fires me up. It reminds me of a couple teammates that I had in my time. Josh Reagan, Jack Weincoop, even Reed Scott was a little side armor, but he was he wasn't throwing 90, 94. And, it's the ability to pitch, and when you talk about the walks, and I'll kind of tie this in, you talk about the walks with the 33 and 33 innings, obviously you can't get it done. Free passes kill you. They killed us. Getting 14 in our last, 34 innings is by far an unbelievable improvement. But having guys that will go out there and throw the ball over the plate and pitch gives you a chance.
Yeah.
Jarvis is going to give us a chance. And when you say we're going to win some games and, we might win some games that we shouldn't, it's because he's giving us a chance. It's because our pitching staff is giving us a chance. If you're walking a guy an inning, do you understand? I don't know what the number is in the college game. I'm gonna guess it's in the 1.5s, but 1.3, 1.35, I'm pretty sure is the average whip: walk, hits, innings pitched. Right. That's a big stat for pitchers, especially in the big leagues. If you're under that, you're pretty good. If you're really close to 1, you're elite. If you're over that, you're struggling. And with a guy like Jarvis, I can pull it up, but I'm going to guess his whip is close to 1, closer to the 1 than the 1.3s. And when you got dudes that do that, it makes it easy on you because you get a hit, I got 2 outs, it doesn't matter. I'm not giving you what it is. But if I go out and walk the first guy, and then you got to throw another inning, or you got to still get your 3 outs, well, you're probably, before you get 3 outs, are going to give up 1.3 or 1.4 walk or hits and before you get those 3 outs, and that's how it's consumed. So starting the inning that way is terrible. And I love watching him pitch. I know he's earned everything he's getting right now. He's earned that job. He's earned a weekend spot, and I think he's going to give us a chance. If we can keep McCoy throwing strikes, we can keep McCoy in the zone and composed on the road, especially this weekend. The dude's going to be crazy. But we're in the same boat as them. Their pitching staff hadn't been great. They're hitting it okay. We're hitting it better. We just out-hit the best team in the SEC, the best hitting team in the SEC. So with that being said, I think this weekend we got a really, really good opportunity. And I'm excited. I really am. It was tough to watch this weekend because I have a hatred for that gaudy orange, as they say in The Blind Side. But I can't stand that orange. And all my buddies wear it. And my family grows up in it. My brother, loves Tennessee other than Tennessee baseball. So I hated this week, and it killed me. It hurt my heart. But, moving forward, I think we have a good chance to, if we keep the ball in the zone, we have a good chance with our offense to win some good games.
Well, the Bulldogs have had the same struggles as the Gamecocks this year. This is once again another quad 1 opportunity on the road in league play for South Carolina. Mississippi State right now is at 58 in the RPI. South Carolina is at 38. 1 through 60 gives you a quad 1 chance on the road. Now, of course, if you go there and win a couple, it might bump it back to Q2. But either way, you got to get your feet underneath you. You talked about the offense. Let's talk about the offense. This is a group that I've maintained for a while will get better as the year goes along, and the primary reason for that, as long as they can stay healthy, and that, of course, has kind of put some of this a little bit, 2 steps forward, 1 step back type deal. But the primary reason for that is the fact that they are playing a couple of freshmen on the corners, and now they're having to play one behind the plate moving forward, and Gavin Braylon too. Freshmen grow up, and you're seeing that right in front of your eyes with both KJ Scobie and Bo Hollins. And just to reiterate my point here, Bo Hollins is 11 for his last 26, including that 4-for-4 game that he had over the weekend against the Vols. He's hitting 423 in that stretch. I said 11 for the last 26. They haven't played the Sisters of the Poor. He only had one of those 11 hits last night against PC where he was 1 for 2. So that's 10 hits in the last few ball games against the Vols in North Carolina and Arkansas. That's pretty good. Ethan Petrie is getting to where, personally, Will, and just being around the game and understanding it like you do, all the great hitters at some point in time get into a stretch where you're like, yeah, there it is. And he's in that right now. He's 9 for his last 21. And of those 9 balls that have been successfully put in play, 3 have left the yard and in a hurry. And one of them, again, left it last night. You know, he hit probably a 95-mile-an-hour fastball that he turned around against Tennessee this weekend that was tattooed, and he did the same thing against North Carolina. So he's in a little bit of a stretch right here with 3 jacks in his last 5 games. And then, of course, Nathan Hall just continues to be what he's going to be. They're actually, you know, I've got the numbers in front of me here. They're hitting 303 in league play. That is really good, like really good. You know, Paul Maneri has mentioned that's great to be on base and all this stuff. But, man, we got to hit some big spots. So kind of akin to what we were talking about with the pitchers, like, hey, you got to be able to close the deal. It's the same thing on offense. Like, big moment here. Somebody's got to hit a ball off the wall somewhere. And that's kind of the next step for this offense. If these things, like, I get it, man. I get it. You know, why people are frustrated. We're the same way. We're frustrated too. It is even more frustrating if you're a guy like Paul Maneri, who's, you know, his hair is already gray. You don't want it to fall out, but it's, you know, he's looking at it going, man, you know, this guy didn't forget how to coach baseball. It's not that. No. If anything, he knows more now than he did yesterday. I mean, but it's very, very frustrating when, you know, if they start coming through in some of these moments, well, they're going to be the South Carolina that we're used to seeing. They're going to win games. They're not as far away as people think they are, but they got to come through in some clutch moments.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta take that step. You know, Tennessee Saturday, they came through when they needed it, right? The home run, huge. We've got to have our moments like that. And, you know, we have went through some growing pains. We got some young guys in the lineup, and now the catching is going to be another young guy. But, you know, we've got a good offense, you know, and you talk about Petrie a little bit, and I'll kind of run back on it. You know, Friday night, that ball he hit in the first inning off of Liam, I was in the concourse behind home plate watching it, and it sounded like a shotgun went off.
Yeah.
When he hit the ball, it rang through the concourse, and it was gone in a hurry. I think last week or maybe 2 weeks ago before Arkansas, I said Ethan's going to start getting some more pitches, and I thought he was going to turn his 5 into 10. He turned it into 8. I was a little off. But I will say this about Ethan. On Friday night, he went 4 for 5, 3 for 4, 4 for 5, I think 4 for 5, with 3 singles and the homer, obviously. But Ethan, it's so fun to watch him hit and to watch him compete because he's a little kid, man. You see him, he's amped up. He's good for the boys. He's good with the team. But he knows he's not going to get but probably one pitch in AB. And if he doesn't get it and he doesn't hit it, he gets so upset or gets a little upset with himself. And then he just tips his hat and he goes, all right, I'm going to take my single up the middle. I'm going to fight this off and hit my single to the right side. He's such a team guy. He's so, like, calm, collected. You know, Nathan's swinging it great. I love it. You know, Bo is swinging it great as well. You know, we've got a good lineup. It's just like you said. At some point, there's 2 outs. It's the 8th inning. We have 2nd and 3rd, or it's the 6th inning and bases loaded, and it's a key part of the game. And you know, it hasn't fell our way right now. You know, baseball is a law of runs. I think not always the best team wins. Not always the best team wins the World Series. You know, last year the Dodgers did, and they probably had the best team on paper again this year. But, you know, I bet the odds say, yeah, they're probably going to make it there, or they have the best chance to, but they might not win it this year. How many times does that happen? It doesn't happen a lot. It's about who's hot at the right time. And, you know, we need one of those sparking moments. We need one of those, all right, 2 outs, bottom of the 7th, we're down 1, and, you know, Kazmar's up and he gets jammed, but it floats in there and we score 2 runs and go up, and then we're right there. We're right where we want to be, you know, and that's how it is. You win anyway, right? That's our go-to thing that was said before me and while I was there. So, just letting these guys kind of grow and learn and get through these growing pains. And now we kind of see where we are. We're hitting 303. We're hitting 303 with a lot of loud outs. And like Kennedy wasn't hitting great. Now I think he's hit like 330 in the conference.
Yeah.
We're right there. And I think you clean up the last three innings. And I say this knowing how hard it is. You clean up the last three innings on the pitching staff, and we probably win 2 of 3 against Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
You clean up the last 3 innings on the pitching staff, and we win 2 of 3, maybe sweep Oklahoma, and that's, I'm saying that without looking at it, but I would be willing to bet if you can clean up the last 3 innings, and they're the hardest 9 outs to get. But if you do that, we're not 1-8. We're, what are we? Take 3 off 4 games. We're 4-5, 5-4, and we're looking at a completely different.
Well, you take one from Oklahoma and you take the one from Tennessee, and then you throw North Carolina in there. You're sitting there looking at 18-12. You're actually sitting at 21-9, 3-6 in the SEC, and right now you're a projected 2 seed somewhere. So
that's right.
It's not this. It's look. This is going to be really hard for them to get it turned around. I mean, I'm not trying to sit here and light everybody's rear end up and tell them that they're great and tell everybody that this team's great, and that's not what I'm saying. But I do think, as we've maintained throughout the season, that this group will continue to get better. But it's like you got to turn it on now. Like you don't have time to waste. You got to go, and you're at 1-8 in league play. And so the reality of it is they got to go 12-9 down the stretch. They got to go 12-9 down the stretch. Can they do it? I think they can. But they've got to go 12-9 down the stretch, Will, and continue to take care of the midweek stuff. And then you finish at 13-17. You're somewhere in the mid-30s when it comes to regular season wins. Probably around 34-ish, or no, more than that. 30. Hell, I don't know what it would be. It'd be more than that. Somewhere in there, 34, 35.
Yeah, 35.
But you're a 2 seed at 13 and 17. You might be a 3, but you're definitely a 2. And I mean, you might be a 2, but you're definitely a 3 in the postseason.
Yeah, I think a big thing and I'm right there with you. I don't want to blow smoke and make it seem like it's just been unlucky and things, because it hasn't. We haven't played great. We haven't. And, I'm as frustrated as anyone because I wear the Gamecocks on my heart, and, I've been in that locker room and I know how hard it is. And, I missed the postseason twice. My sophomore year I got hurt and, midway through the year and wasn't there at the end of the year, and we missed it. And then set out my junior year when they made it to the Supers. And then my senior year, we were told go win 4 games in Hoover, and we win 4 games in Hoover, and we're the first team out. So, I've been there. I know how tough it is. I understand. But at the same time, you look at the schedule, you got Mississippi State this weekend. They're in the exact same boat we are. They're 1-8. They probably lost some games they thought they should have won. We are going into their territory. We need 2 or 3 this weekend.
That's a hard place.
It's a hard place to win, but we're in the exact same boat. If we can hit and we can pitch a little bit, we got a really good chance to make an impression on the road. It'll be good for us. Next weekend, it's going to stay tough. A&M started the season first in the they were preseason number 1. Are they playing that way? No, they're not where they want to be. But I think it's another opportunity. You win 2 or 3, you go on there, then you're looking at, okay, there's 4, you're 12. You're going to have to probably sweep somewhere, right? If you want to go 12-9 and in a realistic world with what we got coming and our schedule, you're going to have to sweep. And it's tough, but we've got swept twice. That's the reality. If you want to win the SEC or you want to get to the postseason, you're not supposed to get swept. We've got swept twice. We've got to get 1 back. And if we can get 1 back and then we can do our business 2 or 3 every couple of weekends, we're right back where we need to be. We can't get swept again. We get swept again, we're in big trouble. But we go out and we win one of 2 on the road, or get a 2 or 3 on the road, and then we get a sweep somewhere. we're right back where we need to be. And it's all in front of us. That's all I'm saying. So we have the ability to do it. We have the hitting to do it. And I think we have the pitching to do it. We've just got to turn it on. We've got to turn it on.
Just sweep this weekend at the Dude and then problem solved.
That's right.
The reality of it is, something like that happened. You go 4-8 real quick, and you're sitting. Hey, why not? Yeah, let's just get it going now. We'll see.
Yeah.
All right, gotta let you run on that note, man. Any parting shots? Who wins before we have you on? Who wins the men's national championship? I know who you're going to pick to win the women's. We all know that.
Yeah.
It's the girls.
We're bringing it home. Not worried about that. We're going to take it to the Longhorns here in a couple of days, and then just bring it on home. But I think Duke's going to win it. I picked them to win it from the beginning. I think Cooper Flagg is by far the best player in the country. They have another point guard who's very solid as well. I think they're going to be hard to mess with. But then again, Florida's got those shooters that come out of nowhere down 10 with 3 minutes to go and bring it out of nowhere. I had them losing that game. So I don't know. I think Florida Duke would be – or they don't play each other, do they? No, Houston plays Duke. So I think Florida and Duke will probably be in the final, but I do think Duke's going to be a little strong for the SEC. So
we'll find out. That's for sure. Will, have a wonderful week. All the best to you and your family. We'll see you next week, brother. Hopefully we got some good stuff to talk about.
Yes, sir. You guys have a good weekend. And pull on those Gamecocks, everybody. They're not trying to do what they're doing. They're trying their best. So keep rooting them on, and they're going to turn it around. I got a good feeling about this weekend.
Means a lot as a player to look around and know that there's a bunch of people supporting you, doesn't it? And not yelling.
That's right.
You. Yeah,
that's right.
No question.
That's right.
See you, bud.
See you, man.
There you go. All right, hour one is in the books. When we return, we got a couple of things to get to, and then we'll be joined by Ashley Chastain, Woodard. Carolina softball got a big series coming up too. Another one. How about that? Can't wait for that. Thanks to Will and Matt for joining us in hour one. We'll be right back.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com, thebarndominiumco.com.
It's gone! ball is going to be out of here. Fair ball in the corner.
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the Village at Sand Hill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
This is my dirt.
Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Hour 2 starts now.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the first to sell. This is my dirt, these are my fields, where I harvest what I plant. That little pond, I catch bluegill. I built that barn with my 2 hands, where I raise my babies, a piece of me. Now this ain't just a piece of land. The money be great, but I can't part ways with a life that works. You can't put a greenback dollar on what it's worth. This is my...
All right, it's the final hour on Our Dirt Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barndo Co. and brought to you by our good buddies over at Palm Casual. I don't know how many times I need to tell people this, but great, sweet mother. If you need outdoor furniture, I don't know why you'd even entertain buying a bunch of junk when you can buy the best from Palm Casual. PalmCasual.com. There are 4 locations in 4 locations in South Carolina. 4 locations in South Carolina.
So
one soon to be in Wilmington. Sorry, I just got
they need one in the upstate. Why do I have to drive? All right. I'm just impatient. Yeah,
just calm down. Sorry, I'm sitting here texting with Brad Muller. We're trying to get him in tomorrow if we can. Oh, probably gonna have him from Amalie Arena
live
in
Tampa
at practice.
Nice.
How's that sound? Is that all right? Will that work? Can we do that?
We can make that work.
Logistically, can we make that
only
work?
if he can get Dawn to come? No, I'm just kidding.
The great Brad.
She'll be a bit busy.
Want Chloe and let's see, who else do we want? We want them all. Yeah. So, anyways, Brad will be here tomorrow, probably in the first hour. It looks like, most likely.
How do you feel about the Texas draw for the ladies? I think it's actually good to they get back on their feet with a familiar opponent. I know.
Well, I love it.
Play some solid defense, but yeah, I'm glad they get to play a team they've already played thrice.
Yeah, yeah, I love it. I'm hoping they draw UConn in the national championship.
You and ESPN and everybody else.
I was wondering that. I was thinking about that because I mentioned yesterday how much UConn, South Carolina fatigue is there. Now, I do think it will be watched, but also, if you have UCLA, which is also a big brand from the West Coast, would that add anything to the broadcast for ESPN from a numbers standpoint? I don't know. I'm with you though. I really think, no disrespect at all, I think if it was, I think the best case scenario could have been Southern Cal and South Carolina.
Oh yeah.
Like the build up to that, and then you have Juju Watkins and the whole 9 yards. I think that would have been ideal for the 4-letter network, but UConn and Carolina probably a pretty darn close second, I guess.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I mean, you get the Geno and Staley thing, and that'll be one narrative and storyline, and of course it's Paige Beckers is always in the news right now because she's finally kind of showing that potential she had as a freshman and through the injury-ridden season she's had. So yeah, I think that would be optimal, at least from the number of eyes watching.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm excited for it. I asked the girls this morning, said, what do y'all want Dad to cook on Friday night? We want to go out to dinner. I was like, tough luck. We're going to be sitting on the Palm Casual. Our Palm Cat. We've sponsored our Porch, or the Palm Casual Porch. So you better pick something up. I might have to go back to High Steaks and get some more steaks.
That right.
Do my smoke and my I move them from the Pit Boss to the Blackstone. Smoke them, sear them, eat them.
Nice reverse sear. I like it.
It's a good deal. What the hell is going on with the Braves? I'm not like freaking out about it because it's too early for all that. But man, they look terrible.
Yeah, and it's not just the winning and losing. There's a PED pop up.
Yeah,
I forgot that's half a season suspension, 80 games. I mean, that's tough. But
they're 0-6. Phil, they've scored 9 runs all year.
I know.
They're hitting 137 as a team. I mean, it's
tough to start the season out in a funk, right? But maybe you work your way out of it pretty early and get that shipment of torpedo bats in there, and let's play with the loophole tools.
I guess so. I mean, yeah, they look pretty terrible. I mean, they'll be okay. I mean, they'll get it turned around and figured out, but they're just there's too much talent on the roster. I mean, they're going to be okay, but it's tough start, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, and I don't like the fact that the Braves, even the Cubs, are kind of in a similar situation in that they're opening up with these West Coast. I mean, I understand logistically why you do back-to-back West Coast series, right? It's just easier travel-wise, everything. But yeah, they don't have any control over that. But again, I think that's a big fail for Major League Baseball, just from the scheduling standpoint.
Well, yeah, but somebody has to do it every year. I mean, every year it's somebody. So you either draw it early, or you draw it in the middle, or you draw it late. I'd rather draw it early if it was me. Now you hope to play better, but I'd rather. Well, put it this way. Okay, from a
I like intra-division openings. That's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see everybody open with
Braves
teams in their divisions. Yeah,
in the division.
Yeah, in division. Yeah, intra, not inter. Intra.
Okay.
And then maybe make that trip, early, and then play, a road. Go have you a little road trip out there on the West Coast. But I wish the NFL would do it the same way. Kind of open everybody up in conference, in the division, and then kind of play, your middle schedule, and then close out the same way.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't have
it generates a lot more buzz. I mean, think about how much more exciting it would be in both sports if you're literally playing head to head for playoff spots.
Right.
And you could create that via scheduling.
Yeah, this is Well, at least they get this out of the way. We'll just put it that way.
Yeah, that's true. It is.
They don't have another trip like they will go back out west, but that's like Arizona, Colorado, not having to go all the way to California and deal with the California tax rate, because not only are they getting beat, they're losing money.
That's right. On the per diem rates. I know.
Well, you get taxed in the state in which you play.
Yep.
Okay, so they're not being taxed via the Georgia state income tax right now. They're being taxed via the California state income tax. So you're getting your ass kicked, and then you come home and you're like, man, all that, and I only made about 45% of the money that I
that's right.
should have brought home. Well, this kind of sucks.
Yeah, the only thing worse would then be having to come and play the Mets at home.
Yeah, that's true.
After that.
At least they get Miami when they get home. They'll get it right.
Go. Yeah, that's a tax-free state, so you're good. Yeah, no income tax in Florida.
They get Miami, they get Philly at home, then they head to Tampa, and then they go to Toronto. They'll get it all right. I mean, they'll be fine, but they're just I mean, like I said, there's too much talent, but it's been hard to watch. I was watching a little bit of it last night, and I was like, whew, man, these guys are terrible right now. They look bad. But let's remind everybody, the Ozzie Albies still plays on the team. Austin Riley, these guys didn't forget how to play baseball.
Yeah. And it is the longest season.
Yeah.
We got all summer to fix this.
Might need to look at something in spring training, maybe to get a couple of things adjusted. But it's 137.
Yeah, that's not what you're looking for.
No. On the flip side of that, though, in Major League Baseball, the Dodgers and the Padres, the two teams that the Braves have been playing, are combined 13-0. Now, part of that is because the Braves haven't been able to beat them, but they're still combined 13-0, which is, I would think we asked a question before the season, top to bottom, what is the best division in either league? And right now, the West has quite the case for that.
Yeah.
The Padres, by the way, have given up a whopping 9 runs all season long. Their pitching staff, along with the Tampa Bay Rays, has been pretty phenomenal. But so we'll see.
Yeah, and Marlins look better early than everybody had kind of picked them to as well. So
yeah, well, and your Cubbies can score.
Yeah.
The question is, can they keep the runs off the board?
Can they keep them? Yeah, exactly. It's like it's going to be some football scores this year up there at Wrigley.
Yeah, they can score now. I mean, Kyle Tucker's already hit 4 balls out of the yard. I mean, they've got some bats.
Yeah, nice addition. I like that. It's like, hey, you take an all-star when you can get one.
Yeah,
but woo, man, come on now.
The
thing figure it out on the mound there.
The other guys get to hit too. You got to make sure that they don't do that.
No.
It's a big problem when you score 10 and they score 11.
Yeah, that's what it was, getting a little long into our game last night against Presbyterian. I was like, come on. Poke it. Dude, come on, do something. Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. Crooked numbers. That's what we need.
Let's see what we can do here. Oh, man.
Tough way to lose a run rule game, though, if you're on the other side of that for the Blue Hose last night. Just 4 unearned.
Yeah.
But, hey, it happens. That's why you don't let guys get on base like that.
Mm-hmm. Real quick here, a couple of football notes yesterday. I'm sure you all have already caught wind of it, but Nick Sharp and Jaylen Brown both out for the spring. I don't love that for South Carolina. I think that Nick Sharp certainly has a chance to win a spot, and certainly seems to be on the 2 deep. So don't love that for him. And the Jaylen Brown one is a little bit more concerning, though. I think initial reaction, if you will. I think they're pretty comfortable with the fact that they're both going to be fine, and they'll get them caught up to speed. But don't love that when you're having to replace interior linemen and replace a bunch of your defensive line. You want them to maximize the reps. You don't ever want to have to go back in September and say, well, they missed spring practice. That's always a tough line. And for whatever reason it may be. But the good news is, Beamer yesterday confirming, hey, Vakari Swain's going to be back. So everybody just calm down. It's all good. But it sucks. If you talk about guys who probably, even though you don't want to say it this way, from a talent standpoint, could afford to miss spring, although you don't want Vakari Swain to miss spring. Don't misunderstand anything. He can afford to miss it if need be. He's so talented. He can make up ground. You don't want it. Nobody does.
No.
but he's going to be okay. And but outside of that, not a lot of news other than the fact that I love here, and I did check on this yesterday. I contacted a source up there, and I love what I'm hearing with this backup quarterback competition.
Yeah.
Love it. This is great news for South Carolina. Just great news. And
That's
it's
right.
not because like Aaron Nolan's just not really that good. I mean, he's certainly having to learn some things, but these guys are playing pretty well. And it was pointed out to me, Lenore Sellers is a big reason for that. You know, he's kind of becoming a little bit of a coach out there. You know, here's how you can do this. Here's how you can do that. Love that. Love that. So that's a great sign for Carolina football. So we were what are we, Phil? 18, 17, 16? When's the spring game? On the
18th. On the 18th.
So 16 days away.
Yep.
Over under. How many series does Sellers play in the spring game? I'm gonna go with 2.
Yeah, I like 2.
I'll give
I
him
don't
4.
know.
Let's give him 4.
You think so?
Yeah, let's give him.
We'll see.
Let's give him 4. I think he'll play 4. But you know, it'll be hey, if you get into the backfield, stop running.
Right. Yeah, right. Let's just back that motor down. Put it back in idle.
If you beat your guy up front, I don't care how close you are. 10 feet, 20 feet, 2 feet, stop right there.
Oh, I mean, but listen, you know, that if there's a guy that can get away from that, we all know who it is. Did you see the fake mannequin thing?
Yeah, that was
good. Which is funny because it was, and the first thing, like you see, he's got Lenore's coming up, scares him, and you can, and that just elite elusiveness was right there at it with him. And that, it's like, look at him get away, just like it was, just like an edge defender coming right at him.
Well, we'll see this. Like if Lenore's had gone to if it scared him, he tried to move and he like twisted an ankle or something.
That's the other thing.
Justin King would be reprimanded.
Right. Yeah. That was the other side of it. I was like, whew, we're playing with fire there.
Yeah. Beamer about poo-pooed his pants.
Yeah, he did.
You know, the look on his face, because I would have done the same thing. I'd have been like, yeah, be kidding me.
Come on.
Like, I don't like getting scared. I don't get really scared. I get pissed off. It's kind of like, you know, do you remember being a kid and your parents come in to wake you up for school? You know, hey, Phil, you got to get up, you know, and my mom did it pretty, you know, lightly. My dad was like, get out of bed, son. Okay. You know, mom was like, hey, you know, it's time to get up. You know, what do you want for breakfast or, you know, whatever. But my wife, like if I take a nap, like I'll be taking a nap, a nap, which is rare. I don't take many naps.
I was going to say,
okay.
Yeah.
Definitely not during the week, but like, you know, there might be the occasional rainy day or, you know, this past Sunday, I kind of dozed off for a little bit. Carrie doesn't care. That's like an opportunity for her. Let me see if I can piss my husband off today, you know, and I'll be like taking a nap and I'll hear, you know, you kind of hear it. It kind of registers, but you're like, oh, you know, and then it's Jamie. What? Do you know where Hannah's shoes are?
It's always inconsequential.
Like that's the same type of like if you scare me, like I'm more just pissed. So if you walked over and you tap me on the shoulder, you know, hey, I'm sorry to wake you up. We're trying to run to the store. Do you know where Hannah's shoes are? Yeah, they're in the garage. Okay. Jamie, where are Hannah's shoes? I don't know. I'm in the middle of a nap. I wasn't the last one to wear them.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the response you're going to get. Same thing when you scare me. You know, oh, did I scare you? I'm like, I'm going to kick your ass now.
No, they weren't on my feet. What I know.
I don't know. You know, I didn't wear them last. I tell them to take them off in the garage, and they choose not to.
Between that or where are my glasses? I'm like, honey, I don't know where your glasses are.
Yeah.
Why would I know where your glasses are?
All right, we got to hit a timeout. We're powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston, electricbikescharleston.com. If you'd like to go as fast as Nick Harbor, you can head to electricbikescharleston.com. Folks come literally from everywhere to shop with the Wilkins family. Their warranties and their service is second to none. They have so many designs that are easy for street biking or off-road, like if you're going to head out to the beach or up in the mountains, you can literally pick whatever you want to do. The hub motor is anywhere from 350 to 750 watts. That's wild. Get them for your kids or your spouse or whomever. Electric Bikes Charleston. Man, they are awesome. electricbikescharleston.com. Ashley Chastain Woodard will be joining us here in just a little bit. We're going to step aside for a quick timeout. Don't go anywhere. The story of the year in college softball, the leader, next.
You don't have to be Scottish to enjoy South Carolina's most unique family festival, a celebration of Celtic culture. Tartan Days South, built by Culpeper Wood. Experience adventure, Highland games, music, dancing, animals, crafts, rides, a car show, and a parade. Kick off your weekend with a Celtic concert on Friday and a full day of affordable fun and festivities on Saturday at the historic Columbia Speedway. April 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets and more information at tartandaysouth.com. Your first visit won't be your last.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
Oh, a deep drive to left. Morgan looks up and it is gone.
That one is a problem.
That ball rid to right and deep and gone. Swinging a drive. Left field, way back and gone.
All right, we're going to make a promise right here and now, Mad Dog. Before we have Ashley on again, we will have a softball-specific bumper for this nationally ranked program. It's kind of crazy we don't have one right now. Sorry, Ashley, but we are glad to see you. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
We're good. Good. Everything's good. Not as good as you. I mean, man, y'all are the talk of the town right now.
Yeah, thanks. We obviously had a great weekend in Baton Rouge. It was a lot of fun and definitely came back on a high and obviously have a big week here at home. But just really appreciate you guys having me on. And, you know, we are very much in the middle grind of season. You know, we're far away from the start, the honeymoon feel of the start, and still a distance away from postseason. So we're just, you know, trying to stay day to day around here with Gamecock softball.
Yeah, it's hard to do that when you're getting the attention you're getting, isn't it? Has that been a challenge at all for you, or your kids? They just kind of going with the flow.
Yeah, you know, we're just really grateful, obviously, to be in the position that we're in right now, and still a lot of work left to do. So trying to keep their feet grounded for sure. I mean, they have social media just like we have. So it's hard for me to, you know, keep a lot of things from them. You know, they're probably on it way more than I am. But, For us, it's business as usual. We've got Wofford today, and then obviously another tough SEC weekend here at home this weekend. So, just trying to keep their feet on the ground and stay day to day, week to week, and just keep, focusing on one opponent at a time. But we're really excited about where we're at.
That next opponent is tonight. Wofford will be in town, and then this weekend you got 20th ranked Ole Miss making the trek to Beckham Field. There better not be a seat open in the house over these next 5 games. CSU next week, and then you'll hit the road for Arkansas. But I know y'all are happy to be home. So what is the name of the dance that you're doing after the games in the locker room? Have you named this?
We tried out a various different types of dances. This was definitely getting me out of my comfort zone, and it kind of just started right at the beginning of the season. I do not know why I did it, but supposedly I did the gritty right after we won, like the first game, which your kids probably know exactly what that is. I really did not know what it was until I actually did it. And then that stuck for a while, and we're kind of superstitious, or I like to call myself more routine than superstitious, but, then we won, their 20 straight games. And so I had to keep dancing. So we had to, get creative and try different things. So I've learned a lot of different dances in the past couple months.
You're not bad at. Who's the best dancer on the team?
Oh gosh, that's a good question. I don't know. I probably would say, I think Quincy Lelio is really good. She's got some moves. I think Ari Rhodey has some moves. They're all way better than I am. They all have way more rhythm than I do. So,
you know what? Whatever works. And that's working. Obviously. I mean, this has been an incredible run, and you're right in the middle of it. Let's go back to Baton Rouge. Okay. We had what we're going to call Sam Gress Sunday around here. She throws 8 innings and a complete game in that first victory, 5-3, I think, in that game. And then she comes in and she shuts them down in game 2. We haven't talked a lot about her with you specifically on our program, but for anybody who maybe has kind of been fringe following, and maybe they've only heard about Jory or Rhodey or some of the superstars whose names have been floating around, Sam Gress has been around a while. She's thrown over 500 innings in her career, and obviously she came with you from Charlotte. Prior to that, she was in Raleigh at NC State. So I think it's safe to say, right, there's not a lot that really phases her when she's on the mound.
Yeah, Sam has been such a joy to work with over the past couple of years for me, and we have obviously a lot of experience together at this point. So I feel like I know her like the back of my hand at this point. And she, started the year off really well for us, and I think for a couple of weeks, felt like she didn't quite have the command that she needed. And the thing about Sam is that she's just she's such a worker. Like, she really kind of dove into her craft, and, we've tweaked a few mechanics. She really worked hard on her mentality. And I think since the Georgia series, the Texas Tech series, and then in Baton Rouge this weekend, I think you've seen, just kind of an upward trend of, her usage and her performance. And, she's kind of been our go-to the past couple weeks in high leverage moments. And she's the ultimate competitor. She's an excellent competitor thinker. And, she just hates to lose. She loves to win. She's got all the intangibles as a player that you really like to coach. And she's got really unique ball flight. She's a hard thrower. She's kind of the whole package. Internally, she's our head captain. So she's very influential in the locker room. She has a really significant pulse on the team at all times. So she's definitely a strong voice internally for us. And, not only leads by example, but, she just kind of has the environment all the time. She's really taken on the responsibility of our head captain. So I couldn't be happier for her. The past couple of weeks, she's performed really well and worked really hard for it. And, she's just a winner. She knows how to win. She knows how to get the job done. And we knew that we were probably going to stretch her out a little bit on Sunday. We did not play well Friday night. Everyone knows that follows us and watched us play. We really did not play well Friday. And I don't think we really had the game from the very first pitch. There was a couple delays to start the game. The weather there was not great this weekend. And, I didn't feel like we started the game off very well. And from the first couple pitches, it didn't feel like we had any control or momentum. And so, we got beat bad on Friday night, the first time we'd gotten beat like that really all year. And so as a coach, you challenge them to respond and you try to guide their mentality and inspire them to come back and, just really get back after it. And then Saturday, I think they woke up really ready to play. We participated in an ovarian cancer awareness walk in Baton Rouge with LSU. And, there was a wonderful campaign across the conference for ovarian cancer on Saturday. We were wearing teal and it was wonderful. And, the weather got really bad again on Saturday night. I think LSU Mississippi State baseball started their game at 9:30 in Baton Rouge on Saturday night and got done playing at like 2 a.m. They could not push into Sunday and we could. So we made the decision to play a doubleheader on Sunday, knowing that we really needed Sam to throw the bulk of at least one of those games. I think she threw a total of 42 pitches, which is the most she's thrown at one time all year. And she really just gutted it out. We needed her to have a big time performance and she really did a good job. And then I thought Jory also did a really good job with the open and took us 6 innings on game 2 before we re-entered Sam to close it. Jory was fresh. She looked really good. So really exciting day for us. It's the first time that we've won the series in Baton Rouge since 1997, which was obviously a historic team for our program. So we left Baton Rouge in great spirits. And we actually FaceTimed Coach Beamer on the bus as soon as we got back on the bus. I'm sure people saw that, but the girls were like, let's FaceTime Coach Beamer. And I'm like, I don't know if he's going to answer, but we can try.
He did.
Yes. Very thankful for him answering my FaceTime call at that moment.
Dude, he's the best. I mean, he really is. Like, he's so invested in this university. And you've got quite the ambassador. Now, he's kind of second tier around here now. Everybody wants to see more of you and less of him. But don't tell him I said that.
No, well, he's just as soon as the game was over, at 2 or 3 minutes after the game was over, I got a text on my watch from him right away, and it's just so impressive, that he is just following that closely, and just really appreciate his investment and interest in what we're doing.
It's authentic. There's no question about it. Hey, real quick, you mentioned Gress being you said she's the head captain, head captain. How many captains do you have and how is that decided? Because this is her first year in the program. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, we have 3 captains. So we have Sam Gress, Ella Chansey, and Brooke Blankenship. And it's team, I wouldn't say voted because, we don't necessarily, it's not a vote, but it's more of a nomination process. So we don't decide on our captains until later in the fall. I think this group, was in November that we established this group. And, every team is very different. Every year is very different. And obviously this year coming in, we had a lot of new players and a lot of new people to kind of blend together and, create a team basically is what we were doing through the fall. So we waited until November, everyone in the program, top to bottom. So players on the roster, managers, support staff, everyone that's involved with our daily operation gets a nomination of someone that they would like to nominate to be a captain. And then they go through an interview process where they come in the office and they sit down at our conference table and we kind of interview them for the job. And everyone on staff asks a lot of questions about how they'll handle adversity or, their leadership styles and just, kind of interviewing them for the job. And I think we had 7 or 8 nominations total on the team. And then we decided we wanted 3 people to represent, our leadership on this team specifically. And then Brooke, Sam, and Ella won the job, and then just for kind of hierarchy purposes, the ultimate responsibility of the leadership on the team falls on Sam because she got the head captain job. Just like the responsibility of the program ultimately falls on me, even though we have an associate coach and a wonderful staff underneath. So that's kind of the thought process behind it. And those guys have just been our heartbeat all year. They've done a wonderful job at leading us in the right direction. And to my core, player-led teams are usually more successful, in my opinion. So I think you're seeing it from those 3, and our team just really gets behind their leadership.
100%. If you're having to tell them what to do all year, it's probably a long year. as you well know, right? Okay, so you mentioned the fall. I didn't have any of this planned today, but I'm just so curious now because, all right, so a few years ago, Ashley, I was talking to Dawn, and she mentioned that. Well, I mentioned to her I was sitting out on the pier at Folly Beach one day at the bar, naturally, and I turned around and saw this very tall group of ladies walking by me, and I thought, well, that's got to be somebody. And then, of course, the closer that they got, it was South Carolina's women's basketball program. And so I asked Dawn about that. I said, hey, I noticed the team. I didn't see you at the Folly Beach Pier. What was going on? She said, I'm glad you asked me that question. We send them on a retreat before every season, take away their phones, take away their computers, take away all the junk that occupies your time. And we make them communicate. They get some money. I guess I can say that. I don't think that's breaking any rules anymore, but they get team money or whatever. They have to go to the grocery store, decide collectively what they're going to buy, and then come home and cook it as a team. And then it's a communication deal to make their team kind of come together, if you will. What did you do? Like, what was your process when you got here? I don't know if I've asked you this or not. If I have, I apologize, but what was your process to get this group of transfers and this group of returners, and then the freshmen, the young ladies who are coming in, their first time in collegiate softball, to get them to culminate into what you've got now?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's all built on trust. And trust is earned. You don't meet someone for the first time and automatically trust them, or at least I don't think that's very natural. So we did go on a retreat this fall. We played at College of Charleston, and we took everyone down to Isle of Palms, and we rented a massive beach house that, it slept like 30 something people, those just immaculate homes there in Isle of Palms. So we had a good time. We did that. We spent some time together away from campus. And, for us, that fellowship time and just time away from the field is really key, I think, to building trust and connection and just different conversation. We practice a lot, we train a lot, and it just has to go beyond the field because, when you're in training mode and practice mode, I think there's a lot of respect and trust earned in that setting as well. But, you kind of have to take a step back from that and really find time to capture that's not on the field. So we had a lot of dinners. I mean, the team has been over to my house, here in Shandon several times throughout the fall and the spring, just kind of sharing meals together and, just no agenda really of anything to do, but just spending time together. And, I got married in the fall, and they all were invited to my wedding, which most of them were able to come, so we shared that experience together. Our associate head coach, Katie Browder, had her first baby in December. Gamecock softball is traveling with our first baby. This spring, baby Arden's been on both of our charter flights so far, and she's done wonderful. But I say that to say, we hosted several baby showers that, the team, put on a baby shower for Katie, here at my house in the fall. And you kind of have to do life with them. It's like you just have to be able to be a normal, real person. They have to know things about you outside of just your coach, and, have to get out of coach mode. And we were really intentional about that through the fall of just making sure that we spent time doing other things besides training and practice, to really help build the foundation of what our program was going to feel like moving forward. And we'll have to do the same thing with next year's team. We're losing a lot of experience and a lot of people this year. And so we're going to have to go, heavy in the portal through the summer. And then we've got a freshman class coming in. So, we'll have to do it again. That's honestly some of my favorite, aspects of being the head coach here, just, being able to, step away from the field and really get to know the team outside of that setting. I think those are the moments and things that they remember, decades from now. So, it's just intentionality behind it all. But it's definitely time spent. You have to spend a lot of time with them.
Well, it's pretty crazy. First of all, I'm putting on things to do. Invest in beach house on Isle of Palms.
Yeah.
The school's paying for this, right? So, all right,
Yes.
let me, just kidding, everybody. but I think too, Ashley, you know, I didn't coach college athletics, but coaching the group right before college, you know, it's really hard. And I know that you understand this. I'm asking you the question. I'm not saying anything about me. It's really hard to sometimes, and we see it a lot, to distinguish where the line is. Like all the things that you're talking about, this is the new age. This wouldn't have happened. I don't think this would have happened when you played. I sure as hell know it wasn't going to happen when Coach Tanner wasn't going to a retreat with his baseball program. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that wasn't going to happen. So it's a new deal. But also back then you recruited and you developed and you had the same group for 2, 3, 4 years at the same time. So you don't have that opportunity anymore. You got to go to the portal, as you mentioned. So I would imagine that it can be difficult for you and your staff at times or to draw the line in the sand of, I am still your coach. And when we're out here on the field, I'm still going to be in your rear end when there's things that aren't going the way that they need to go, respectfully, of course. But then also at the same time, Ashley, like as much you're talking about how much they get to learn about you and your staff and you know, your husband and the babies and all this stuff. You get to learn a lot about them, right? And how they interact with one another. I'm sure that helps you so much when you get to February and y'all start playing ball.
It does, you know, it does. And you're right. Like, I mean, accountability has to be had at times, and, you know, you have to push them and you have to hold them to a certain standard, and you really want to develop that they hold each other to that standard, you know, and then it becomes, you know, your leadership and your captains holding people to the standard. But, you know, it starts with our staff, it starts with me, and, you know, there's definitely a line drawn and you have to find it. You know, but we have just found over the course of, you know, the staff that I've been with, you know, we've had some continuity, and we've just found over time that, you know, when you kind of get away from just softball all the time, and you can really earn some respect and build some respect that is needed in the tough moments. You know, if I have no connection or relationship and I don't communicate with, let's just say, a younger player in our program, and then at practice, she's, you know, maybe she has bad body language, or she's, you know, kind of not given full effort on something, or, you know, maybe she's distracted, you know, whatever it might be, because those things happen all the time, you know, with us. And, you know, they're not a big deal because, you know, accountability is had, whether it by me, the staff, or our captains, or someone else on the team. You know, the respect is there, the trust is there, so they know it's coming from a good place. You know, we kind of talk about a lot how when someone chooses to hold you accountable, it's really a sign that they truly love you. Like, they don't want you to go down the wrong path or choose the wrong thing or make the wrong decision. You know, so it's really kind of an act of love for someone to kind of look at you and say, hey, you need to get it together. This is not the standard. I'm not going to allow you to make that decision for yourself or the team. So it's about perspective, and, you know, those things are really built sometimes when you're not at practice or you're not playing softball, is kind of like to my core of what I believe. So yeah, you have to draw the line, obviously, you know, and have to find that line for yourself and what works for you and your staff and your team, because every sport's different, every staff is different, every team is different. But you have to find what works for you. And I think that's what the fall's for, you know, so that way all of these things show up for you in the spring. You know, and I think we have I think we're doing a good job with that stuff. You know, I think we have a lot of respect internally and a lot of accountability. And, you know, so when we don't play well, I think it really shows up in the locker room, like the accountability and just the want and the drive to get back out there and do a better job, you know. And I think you saw that even in Baton Rouge this weekend from Friday to Sunday, which was awesome, that stuff, you know, really shows up for you when you need it.
Yeah, well, case in point is what happened in Game 3 on Sunday, and that's kind of where I was weaving to with this is, you know, you're in a tight ball game, you're on their home field. LSU is incredibly good, a national championship contender. As you pointed out, you hadn't won a series down there. The Gamecocks haven't in 28 years. 28 years. Hey, Maya, I need you to pinch hit and hit a ball out of the yard here. And, you know, I know you didn't probably say it like that, but I mean, she's had 11 at bats all season long, and I won't necessarily get into where she's played and why she, you know, whatever. But you trusted her in that moment to go in there and put a big swing on it. And that was the gut punch to the Tigers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a big moment for Maya. Really happy for her. And, just to even see the team celebrate that moment with her was really cool for me. But, Maya's a freshman. She walked in August, as all of the freshmen do, of just, trying to figure this out away from home. She's from California. She's from the opposite coast. And, how do I stand on my own, and how do I make good decisions? And, what is it like being a part of a team at this caliber? And so just to kind of see her have success in that moment, I think is a accumulation of so much growth and so much work put in for months and months and months and months. And, she could have so easily given up along the way and, chosen to not keep working, because those are the hard choices. And we talked about this yesterday at practice, actually, of like, hey, no matter how much playing time you're getting, no matter what your role is right now, no matter how many at-bats or innings pitched you're getting, keep working hard, keep choosing the work, because you never know. You never know when your name's going to be called and your team needs you to come through. So we just felt like Maya has God-given power. I mean, if you come to practice and you watch her take BP on our field, she does that like the moment when she hit the ball at LSU, she does that for us all the time. We just really hadn't seen it translate live yet, and we knew it was coming. It takes, it's a process to learn how to hit really good pitching at this level. And so we felt recently that she was getting better. We were seeing really great things from her at practice. She has God-given power she can change the game at any point for us. And I think most impressive, she's really learned how to adjust and have adjustability in her at bats, because when she came in as a freshman, she had no defense against off speed. It was just automatic swing, no matter what speed was coming. And so we knew we had to help her develop out of that to be able to hit at this level. And, she's put in the work to do that. Katie has trained her and developed a relationship with her. And so now she can have a competitive at bat against anybody that we face, because, she is able to defend the changeup and, really hunt for a specific pitch and be on time. And we were, I think, in Brooke Blankenship's spot, who we have a lot of trust in Brooke. She could have easily had the at bat, but we really felt like it was Maya's moment, and we gave her the bat. And, it was a lot of insurance that we needed in that moment. It was just, that stamp of insurance to get the win, I think, is how everyone felt.
Was she already signed, or did you sign her?
No, she was already signed. Yeah.
And you honored all of them, right? So
yeah, we honored all the freshmen that were coming in. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's just another piece to that puzzle right there. She didn't sign to play with you. She signed with Bev, and now you're her coach. She stuck with it, and she's being rewarded. I'm sure there's a lot of that. We could probably do this for another couple of hours, but all right. So, here we'll get you out of here on this note. I mentioned it's a 5-game homestand, starts tonight. Wofford, 6:00 first pitch. And then you got the Rebels of Ole Miss coming to town. Charleston Southern will make the trek up the road. And then you got 4 games away from home. You got to go to Arkansas, and then you return one to that team in the upstate. So as you pointed out, you are just flat out in the thick of it now. You prepared them with the non-conference stuff. You even mixed in Texas Tech, and you took care of business there. Although I know you really wanted the sweep, but you still got the series. I get it. I don't, Ashley, you couldn't be more prepared for what's to come now. Not all these teams you're going to play are good and talented and the whole 9 yards, but y'all are too. And now you've seen it. You've been in the environment. You've beaten all the good teams. Your resume is as good as anybody's in college softball. This is incredible how y'all are just handling this moment like you expected to be here. And this is just the way it's going to be at South Carolina. This is awesome. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I just, I want the team to stay humble and just, always win and lose with class and grace. And I think they're just handling themselves like such pros, and I'm really proud of them. It's an exciting week for us. We have actually Bark at the Park tonight, and we have, I think, over 45 dogs registered to come to the game, which is super cool. And then this weekend is our alumni weekend, and I have just been so overwhelmed by the response. We have over 75 confirmed alumni coming this weekend. And so it's just, it's overwhelming for me just to feel the support and all the love and the backing that everyone is pouring into our program. And it makes such a difference for us. It really does, to have so many messages and, support on social and just so much interest. And, we feel that, it's the grind of the game, the moments that, are super tough, that when you feel everyone's love and support, it just kind of like pushes and propels you forward. And, for that, we're so grateful, and still a lot of work to do. And I think our best days are still in front of us. And we're really excited here to get in the back half of season.
Yeah, Ole Miss is really, really good. Of course, you got to beat Wofford first, and you got to.
Yes.
They're dogs themselves. So you're going to have a bunch of dogs barking at you. Hey, real quick, I wanted to. I read this last night. Can I ask you about something real quick?
Sure, absolutely.
Have you heard about this softball article in Softball America?
Yeah. I actually had some people send that to me yesterday.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to cut you off. Did you have?
No, I've never seen anything or heard anything like this.
Yeah.
It's somebody writing about motor preference and training and game strategy and the ethics of using color cues. What are they? What is this?
So motor preference we're one of 2 schools in the country that are motor preference certified at a certain level. So us in Oklahoma are level 2 certified with motor preferences. And it's a partnership, that we have with, it's science-based research. It's been out for decades, to be honest with you. I think it's just now making its way into MLB, college sports. It's in college baseball. You just kind of have to go find it because it's not across the board yet. I think it is our future, to be honest. But, we take player development really serious, and we pride ourselves on being some of the best at player development. And, that is what we promised our recruits, is that, hey, come play for us, and you are going to get better every year that you play for us. And that foundation of player development is based off something that we call motor preferences. And we could talk hours for this, but I'll try to kind of give you the Cliff Notes version of it here. We bring in a player, and we basically are able to assess them with certain testing and, just different assessments those tests are going to tell us their natural ability to move and how they like to move in space. Because as you know, like, not every player is the same. And that's why you can't train every hitter the same. And you can't, everyone can't have the same swing, and everyone can't pitch exactly the same. There's different arm slots and different, deliveries and different things like that. So we're able to bring them in, assess them, and get them in what we call preference. So basically it is just your body's natural ability to move, and we train them in their preferences. So that way it's injury prevention, it's figuring out how to keep them safe longer and how to optimize their performance is really kind of the basis of it. And it's out there. You can research it.
Sure.
And within the preferences, right, there are color preferences. So, a hitter or a player, a pitcher, either prefers blue or red. And we won't dive into kind of, I think, the science behind that, but it is science-based methodology and research. And so we put color cues on our Evo shields. And I think this is what the comments were referring to. If you watched us play even past this season, you'll know it's just a part of who we are and how we train and what we give to the opponent. But we have color, either red or blue, on the Evo shield. And it's just a competitive edge. It's the spirit of competition. I mean, we are by no means trying to be malicious or, psychologically malicious or whatever the comment was. But it's a spirit of competition. It's a competitive edge, if you will. We believe that it gives us, an edge against our opponents. It's meant to disrupt rhythm, right? And so if you really just think about, like, as a hitter or as an opponent, like, that's all you're trying to do is disrupt rhythm in the opposing pitcher or in the opponent. So that's what we're trying to do. And it just works for us, and we believe in it. And it's out there. You can research it, and we're motor preference certified, and we're really proud to be in the partnership with them. So that's what all of those comments are referring to.
Yeah, I saw it, and I was like, are they implying that South Carolina is cheating? Like, I'm not understanding this. And I know, clearly, but that was a little. I don't know that it was written very well. I'll just put it that way. So
well, there's no rules against it. We definitely are not cheating. I mean, we definitely go by the book as far as the rules go. But
we know that.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no, wait a second. I mean, I saw this and it just kind of caught me off guard. Someone sent it to me and then I went and found it online and I was like, okay, well, you know what? We'll ask Ashley about it and let her explain that so everybody can calm down. That's incredible. I'm actually going to research that because I've never thought about it at all. Actually, very interesting. I'm sure that helps you in recruiting too. That's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, we think it's awesome that people are paying attention and they care enough to make comments about things we're doing. I think that's awesome and right where we want to be. And I think it's really cool too, just to bring motor preferences to light and, to give attention and get people's attention to go research it and find out more about it. Because again, I think it is our future and in the way that player development on a really high level is going to be handled eventually.
Just you in Oklahoma are certified.
There's level 2 certified. So there's different levels. There's a handful of programs in college softball and college baseball that are level 1 certified. But we did actually level 2 certification this past fall. And Motor Preference is actually going to be in town this weekend for our Ole Miss series. They're coming back into town to watch us play live. Wow. So we're excited to spend more time with them.
The leaders of college softball, the Gamecocks and the Sooners. Incredible. Ashley, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to see you. Congratulations on all the success thus far, and go get them tonight and this weekend. We look forward to getting you back soon.
Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate the time, and just love everyone out there so much. Yeah. Hey,
enjoy your old teammates. I know you'll have a bunch of them in town this weekend. That's going to be so much. That's going to be awesome for you. Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. It's going to be awesome. We've got a big group. We're having a big event Saturday night after the game, and just really excited to kind of see everyone together. We'll get lots of pictures and put them out on social. So
and dances.
Yes, I'm sure we'll dance at some point. Yeah.
Okay, good. Thanks, Ashley.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
There you go. Ashley Chastain Woodard, the head softball coach of your South Carolina Gamecocks. Right now, their resume is as good as anyone's. Carolina 27-7 overall, number 3 in the RPI, number 6 in the rankings, number 1 in your hearts. Hey, JC and Mad Dog. Hello.
Greetings. Love the backdrop. Sad news. Wrote a little on Val Kilmer this morning, and just thinking back all the movies he was in. I forgot about Real Genius, man.
I love that as your tag, right? Because that is a dimer in this house. It is a great movie.
The ending with Tears for Fears. Everybody wants to rule the world. It's a Gen X thing, Jamie. We wouldn't understand, but I'm just joking. I forget Jamie's like, I'll say Jamie sometimes. I forget he's like a young pup compared to us.
Almost 40.
He looks young. I mean, it's not like you don't look. Just maybe you're older than you act older than your age, I guess. But it's some of the Gen X cultural references. It's like Jamie just kind of stares at us, like, all right, because he's a kid. You were little in the 80s,
A lot of them I do know. I just don't have anything to say.
Frankly, guys,
it's not as bad.
Your taste in 80s movies sucks.
Yeah, that's right. Frankly, that was. I am now dumber, like Billy Madison.
Yeah, that's right.
You're right.
There's a reason it's a B-rate movie.
I just can't wait for Happy Gilmore 2. That's going to be a great day in the world. Certainly a great day in our house. But yeah, man, the Val Kilmer stuff this morning was brutal. I mean, I just loved him in Tombstone and obviously Top Gun. Your Daisy.
He was in this movie I love called Mike Morgan. I talk about Heat with De Niro, Pacino. He was in that as I mean, just a great. I forgot. That's a guy that he could be a movie star, but would be a great actor. I forgot too that in True Romance he played Elvis.
Oh yeah.
And that's not even to mention I thought his best performance was as Jim Morrison in The Doors. I mean, uncanny. And he was a Batman. I mean, it's just a lot. There's a lot of meat on that bone. Just a guy that, like I said, bona fide movie star, but could go character actor. In the 80s movies he was in, like Real Genius and Top Secret, I think he brought a little intelligence to those roles, I thought.
Yeah. He was in Billy the Kid. He was Billy the Kid.
Yeah.
He was in y'all remember The Real McCoy?
Yep.
So I don't remember that one. I don't think
that was 94.
Oh, same year as Tombstone I'm looking at. Yeah, Real McCoy. Yeah, 93.
93.
I'll say this about Bradford's movies, though. I thought I was the only one on earth that could look at people and go, "What's up, guys? Big gulps, huh? Well, all right." And like, and I was the only one like, that I'm at Bradford, and it's like, wow.
No, I'll do that to anybody.
Underrated scene in the Dumb and Dumber. Many ones.
But you have to do the head nod when you do it. Well, see you later.
All right.
See
you later.
It's kind of like Clark when they're looking at the Grand Canyon. He's like, "All right, kids, let's go.
All right, kids, let's go."
Oh man. Well, really appreciate Wil Crowe and Matt Anderson and Ashley. Ashley's just phenomenal. She's so good. And can't wait to watch her team play this weekend. It's gonna be another big weekend for Gamecock Athletics. So excited for that.
Just keeps rolling along.
Yeah, she said I hope Whittle was paying attention. I don't know what he's doing right now. There's a lot of stuff in that interview I haven't heard her talk about at all. That we kind of got to.
Did she talk about this color controversy?
We just talked about it.
Was that what she was talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. It's something. It's actually something that they do. It's not illegal. But them in Oklahoma are the only two programs in the country that are level 2 certified for motor preference. And it's a developmental thing that they do. So, I mean, they're not cheating. I mean, I would imagine if you're cheating, you're going to probably want to be a little bit more discreet. And that's A. And then B, more than likely not going to want to go on a talk show and talk about it.
Who cheats with big colors? I don't. Hey, guess what? We're going to cheat. We're going to cork the bat today. Let's use some yellow paint to signify which bats are corked.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Good.
Yeah. Well, that got sent to me last night. I don't know where it originally came from. Then I saw it this morning on the website, and I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, so we asked her.
Softball America, probably struggling right now. Probably they're not really. They can't hire well at Softball America. Was my takeaway on that. I mean, like, people may have that opinion, but hey, if it's legal, it's legal. And if it's a new thing, then, I mean, the rest of the country will catch up. I think South Carolina fans could probably be happy that, sometimes they complain about Carolina being behind the times on things, but they're ahead of the game with regards to that.
Well, that's what I said. South Carolina and Oklahoma, there you go. The leaders in college softball. I mean, look at their records. As long as this is something that isn't illegal, and I'm not really sure why it would be. I mean, I don't know how that's any different from. I mean, how would that disrupt your rhythm more than calling time before you're about to throw a pitch and stepping out of the box?
Oh, jeez.
I mean, don't they wear sunglasses and visors like baseball players do too? We don't.
I mean,
softball players wear sunglasses. So, in today's edition of This League is Tough, which I'm sick of people saying, I've got SEC records 4-5 in softball.
Well, that's because they went to Oklahoma. I mean, it'd be a lot different.
Yeah, they've won 4 of 6. And some schools have played 12 games in the league because in softball you have the weekend off. But I was like, man, this league is tough.
This is it's just like the men's basketball or baseball. I hope nobody gets soaked into that. Oh, they're only 4-5 in the league. Yeah, go look and see who they played. 3 of the best teams in the country. They are something.
I'm just saying, because I went to look up their record the other day, and I was like, in standings, because I was going to briefly mention it on coffee, like, they're playing the league, and I was like, well, they're like in 11th. tied with 4 other teams, and half these teams have played 12 games. I was like, I just won't mention that. I was like, oh, well. But I was like, I'm just sick of the whole, this league is tough. I mean, when you hear it with a lot of seasons over and over, I mean, yeah, we know that it's tough in every sport. That's the fact of life. It doesn't mean that you have to have low standards and moral victories. You do have to be, I think baseball specifically, kind of realistic about who you've played and who you're yet to play, and then hope based on that. But anyway, that's something Phil and I will get into, so don't lose. We don't talk about Val Kilmer the entire time.
Yeah.
Because we very well could.
That's right.
Yo, Daisy, if you do. Again, thanks to Ashley, Matt, and who had great stuff on the portal, and Will. That was a wonderful baseball conversation with him. Gamecocks back on track, and hopefully they'll stay on it this weekend. Tomorrow we got Brad Muller live from Amalie Arena in Tampa, and so we're looking forward to that. And we'll see what else we can piece together between now and then. Gentlemen, have yourselves a wonderful day. It is National Peanut Butter and Jelly Day, so I hope you divulge. And nothing better than a good PB&J.
It's been a long time since I've had a PB&J.
Now seems like the right time, Mad Dog.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
See y'all tomorrow. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese, but Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun passion, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody, inside the Gamecocks. The show fires off now on a hump day. Welcome to Wednesday, y'all. We made it. Sad news. Yeah, sad news about Val Kilmer, obviously. You know, you didn't. It's interesting, JC, when folks move on these days, you know, you go back, right? And you're like, oh, yeah, I remember this. I remember that. And that, what a prolific career my man had, right? I mean, like, especially for folks our age, like Generation X, like Val Kilmer was a staple there for a good chunk of the early 90s, right? And even back into the mid 80s. Just sad to see him go. Like you said in the morning show and the crossover there, it's you know, you can be a star without being a good actor, but Val Kilmer definitely embodied both of those things.
Absolutely. And this is not the last we're going to talk about this, because we got Tom Luganbill coming on JC and Morgan tomorrow. And I'm sure we'll have some movie talk about the career of Val Kilmer then. It's one of those days where Mike, it'd be good if Mike Morgan were in today. Because I'd love to pick his brain on it, but I get to do it tomorrow, so that's fine. Always enjoy Mike's takes on movies, and frankly, I've gotten feedback from audience members that like that too. Don't think we'll ever do a movie like, we're not gonna be Siskel and Ebert, but hey, if some people get their way and competitive sports gets shut down, maybe Mike and I'll have a second career. Give it 3 stars. I don't know. Yeah, you know, that was my thing, and I kind of wrote a little thing this morning about it that you can find on chiefsportsnetwork.com, which that battleship is not fully operational yet, but we finally do have a website for Chief. You'll find lots of content, video content there, a way to sign up for the free Chief newsletter, all that good stuff. Bear with us. It's still a work in progress, but it is live. So if you're missing anything, you want to go read anything, but you know, we wrote a little piece about it. My wife and I kind of came up with it. I did say that Willow sucked. Now, I think I disliked it when I was a kid, because I didn't like the, you know, you had the video store then, right? With the video, and you had the box, and you'd take the box, and it had a, you know, it's like a CD, you know, you had the movie poster on the front. I didn't like the poster because he looked like this elf. The movie itself, not bad, but I felt like I would be disingenuous if I said I didn't think the movie sucked, but he had nothing to do with that. I mean, good performance there too. But man, The Doors, yeah, you know, it's crazy, Phil. I feel like I don't think about The Doors often enough.
Right. Really a great performance from him. Like,
supportive force.
Yeah. I mean, that was a good one. That was one of the first ones that, you know, like my initial reactions, obviously Iceman, you know, Doc Holliday and Tombstone, because Tombstone was a staple around my dad's house growing up. You know, you same age, right? Where you got the VCR and the tapes and whatnot, and he had a couple of them that you just wore out. And Tombstone, such a quotable and fun to watch movie, was definitely one of those. And then you start digging a little deeper, like that next level, and I'm like, yeah, The Doors, man, what a yeah. The Lizard King. What a portrayal of Jim Morrison, right? Because that came out at a time when my interest in music had kind of really kicked off early, and I'm sucking in everything that I can take, you know, into my ears, just soaking it all up, and, you know, kind of turns me into a you know, veer off in that direction, and just how much I did appreciate, that era in rock and roll and what they contributed to it.
We were later Gen X too. Like early Gen X largely identified with the 80s, and we were kids in the 80s, 10, 11, I think I turned 10 in December of 86. So by the time we hit I'm really into music age, like I got on the Guns N' Roses train.
Right.
But our Gen X really kind of went back, Phil, I think, to classic rock. What they consider classic rock then. Now they play Nirvana on the classic rock.
Now it's oldies, right?
And so you had like GNR and people that were into metal, and then when the alternative, the grunge revolution hit, when Nirvana got big, Pearl Jam, Soundgarden. By the way, I don't know how I missed this. Chris Cornell cover of Patience. Speaking of GNR, have you ever heard that?
No, I have not heard that, but I've
there
written
is
that down
something
here.
that exists. I saw it on Instagram.
Okay.
I find myself saying that every day. I saw it on Instagram. Oh, goodness gracious. By the way, if you hear noise in the background, there's a thunderstorm rolling through here right now in good old Illinois. I know the Queen of the Cock says there's tornadoes touching down in Missouri and things like that. Certainly, we wish everybody the best to stay safe. It's not quite that bad here, but it's been storming all morning, storming up here in where I'm at. But so we started with that, and then I think when I was starting in late junior high, early high school. People started growing their hair longer. They started wearing tie-dyed. Pink Floyd went on a tour. I remember they came to Clemson. Remember that time?
Yep. Oh yeah.
I was into the Allman Brothers. Led Zeppelin made a comeback. I mean, the music from the 70s and back to the 60s, including the Doors, made a big comeback. Lots of people got in the Grateful Dead. Fish expanded. Fish isn't the Grateful Dead. They're kind of the next Grateful Dead. But people started listening to Fish like crazy. It really brought like not only the grunge era, but also kind of more of an appreciation for the 70s. Whereas in the 80s, well, we all know how that sounded. I love me some 80s music. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I used to ride around in the car seat with my mom and, all the 80s songs. Come on, 80. You can't beat a good 80s duet ballad either.
No. Right.
Anything with Peebo Bryson was pimp. Greenville. Anything
those
with
Loggins and Messinas,
Peter Cetera. You start rolling out the Peter Cetera share, and then Aaron Neville was the pimp of all pimps. I still remember his 6'5", 270-pound frame with one dangling earring.
Yes.
Singing his ass off at the night before the Super Bowl. I think it was when the 49ers played the Broncos in 87 or something with that daggum, the Linda Ronstadt, one of the Linda Ronstadt duets, just, going high like that, shaking when he was saying, I mean, dude, that guy was a pimp. But, it was, and so Val Kilmer during that time with the Doors specifically in the Nana Sports chat box, Krager says, I literally thought I was watching Jim Morrison. Yeah, because they looked alike.
It
was uncanny.
It really was. It really was. And
just a great. I mean, I thought that was his best acting job. He had some good ones. It would, for me, it would just pure acting chops, right? Not performance. It's not enjoyable. I mean, I enjoyed most of them, but either that or the Elvis part in True Romance, because I thought you sit there and look like that's Val Kilmer playing Elvis. Wow.
I'd forgotten about that. And then there's the ones that you just completely have forgotten about. And that role for me was one that was like, oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
I forgot about Real Genius until this morning, and then I, and I was like,
well, my wife won't let me forget that one then.
Oh yeah,
that one's in
that
heavy rotation.
Oh yeah, I know, Dino. So anyway, it's sad when folks like this. I mean, I remember. Yeah, speaking of Dina. God, I remember calling her, and it was kind of an emotional phone call when Bernie Mac died.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We lost Prince. We lost Tom Petty. I mean, it's too many to list. Kenny Loggins, Kenny Rogers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and it sucks. It's part of getting older, but, it is what it is. But I think we've lost a great acting icon that probably didn't get enough love. Probably, you don't speak of him like you speak of other actors most of the time. And then the people he worked with, he was in Heat with De Niro.
Yeah. I mean, right.
I would say he's in there with Pacino too, but they actually shot two. It was almost like two separate movies. They had two scenes with De Niro and Pacino in it. But, and he worked with Marlon Brando in The Island of Dr. Moreau.
Yep.
Even like in Heat, he was probably it was a secondary role, but he's really good. I didn't think he was a bad Batman either. He's certainly better than George Clooney.
Yeah, I did not mind him as Batman. No,
it
was better than the Clooney Batman.
Well, that was a terrible Batman with Mr. Freeze.
Oh, I know. Yeah. But you look at that Batman, Tommy Lee Jones is Two-Face. Jim Carrey is the Riddler. That was a good one. That was solid. I enjoyed Batman Forever.
Solid Batman Forever there. So, nevertheless, anywho, we got a lot to talk about today with the Gamecocks. Of course, last night, a big win in baseball. It was close for a while, but I would think that would be just what the doctor ordered for this team heading down to Starkville.
Yeah, I mean, a run rule in midweek when you did what you were supposed to do, right? This is one thing about this team that early on they were doing what they were supposed to do, get the wins in the non-conference. This team, when you look back on it, for all the up and down and kind of a rough start to conference play they've only dropped one midweek game. And that was pretty impressive. And it was obviously to one of the top ranked North Carolina teams. But coming out of that, I think you're right. Just what the doctor ordered last night, you needed to get out of there in a commanding way, and holding your opponent to one run is a big deal, regardless of who that opponent is, and being able to, run rule them in the seventh and walk it off. All the better, right? All the better to build some momentum heading into the backstretch.
Yeah, exactly. A 21 game backstretch, no doubt.
Right.
Yeah, we're talking about SEC games, 21 more games. But Mississippi State's struggling as well. I've been reading their fans certainly aren't happy either. They beat Memphis last night. I was talking about this on coffee though. Sometimes teams feel that are losing, and Carolina was losing. They lost 7 in a row.
Yeah.
And then there's negativity. There's all the crap out there about the stupid picture with the beers. I'm not even going to bring that up today. I brought it up, but I'm not going to discuss it. I think it's terrible. But you got extra negativity when you're losing. And we do all have to keep in mind, I'm guilty of this too, that these folks that play sports are human beings. They have brains and emotions, and they're not computers. AI is not taking over sports yet, although the NBA is going down that path. They still won't have robots playing, but it is humans. Whenever mental focus, especially in sports or with anything, is very important. Any kind of job or task, your mental focus is important. And I think that when you're not winning, you got doubt. And Whittle had a great piece on thebigspur.com where he talked about this team needs to get better in big moments, runners in scoring position, getting that out when it's 2 outs, not making the critical error, that type of thing. That's the difference between winning and losing in the sport of baseball, and really in any sport, big moments. In every contest, you're going to have big moments that decide the game. It's not constant, right? Especially in baseball where, 30% of the time, if you're doing something, that's success.
right.
If you, I think that in basketball, the only thing you can do good 30% of the time and be slightly considered a success is if you're a 3-point shooter and a big man. Yeah. I mean, so that's just one of those things. So I think that winning helps that mental part of it. And you're going in and playing a team that has the same record that you do. Mississippi State 17-12, Carolina's 18-12. I'm sure State had a rain out somewhere or something.
Somewhere, yeah.
1-8 in the SEC, just like the Gamecocks. They've been a little more competitive in some of the games against better teams. LSU, one of the games was 2-1, whatever. However, I think that if you go in there with another loss, your mental approach when those big moments, you're going to press more.
Yeah.
And in baseball, by God, if you're pressing, hey, remember that time, since we're going down memory lane, it's 23 years ago, 2002, when Carolina put Clemson out of the College World Series 12-4 and 10-2. In that second game, and Stuart Lakes talked about this, so is Ray Tanner on our show, Clemson was tighter and wound up and not loose. And you can't play sports that way. You can't play sports that way.
No.
I think that one of the reasons, switching it to football, that Clemson beat South Carolina so often when Bowden was coaching and Holtz was here, is Holtz would go all in on all this stuff and get everybody, we got to do this. And everybody knows something was different. And I don't know, John Strickland may be listening. He may disagree with me. But and Spurrier didn't really change things around against the Tigers either until 2009 when he got a new staff in. G.A. Mangus was one of them. I remember being told this. Mangus was like, hey, you remember how at Florida you used to just go beat Georgia and you didn't put them on a pedestal or anything? And you were just like, oh, it's just Georgia.
Yeah.
You were 11-1. He's like, and you beat their butt. He's like, you just need to go start beating their butt. It's like you did Georgia. Something clicked. Carolina started winning the game, and away we go. But the mindset's important, is my point. And I think any win against anybody when you have a 7-game losing streak is a welcome development, and kind of keeps the unnecessary negativity from creeping in. Yeah. I'll tell you what is not negative, and that's our sponsors, Phil.
That's right.
Our sponsors, including since it's storming outside today, I bet you thought I was going to go Resto Pro. I'm not. I'm going to go with Palm Casual Furniture because I'm a believer in a positive mindset, changing things around, and the weather won't be like this forever. And certainly warmer days are coming. They're already there to a certain extent. You want to be comfortable when you're sitting outside. Mike Morgan's gotten some Palm Casual. Jamie Bradford's gotten some Palm Casual. Believe me, those guys know how to set it up outside, and I will too once I live in a place that's not frozen 8 months out of the year. But no, it's nice in the summertime, and you can't beat the customer service, the guarantees, the prices, and the quality at Palm Casual, proud sponsor of Inside the Gamecocks The Show, Inside the Gamecocks The Morning Show. We'll be back after these messages to continue our daily walk around the world of Gamecock sports. Take care until we get back.
Oh, man. The building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Happy New Year from the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. Thebarndominiumco.com. Gamecock owned and operated.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and the sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands, in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
You don't have to be Scottish to enjoy South Carolina's most unique family festival, a celebration of Celtic culture. Tartan Days South, built by Culpeper Wood. Experience adventure, Highland games, music, dancing, animals, crafts, rides, a car show, and a parade. Kick off your weekend with a Celtic concert on Friday and a full day of affordable fun and festivities on Saturday at the historic Columbia Speedway, April 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets and more information at tartandaysouth.com. Your first visit won't be your last.
We are back inside the Gamecocks The Show. Phil Mullinax, JC Sherbert in with you, talking some Gamecocks on a Wednesday. Looking ahead. Softball tonight. Don't forget, Bark in the Park, as we learned today at Beckham Field. I'm not sure what the weather's going to be like, but hope it holds out. And we'll have a good time out at the softball field. If you haven't gotten out to a game, go ahead, get on out there. Should be seats. And they are a fun crew to watch as they continue to gel and put together what could be a very impressive season. Already has been to this point, but they'll keep it rolling. Mm-hmm.
I'm impressed with what they've done. They are fun to watch, and it's always good. Whenever South Carolina in certain sports does I guess has a renaissance or whatever, because you got a lot of arrogant folks around the SEC that really turn their nose down at South Carolina, probably deserved because of the success through the years. I'm happy, like that softball idiot that wrote the thing about the colors. It's just jealousy.
I can't find that anywhere. It's they don't get a lot of.
It's on Softball America. I guess there's a Baseball America. There's a Softball America, but I saw a copy and paste of it from the guy poster on the BigSpur.com's SC Fast Pitch. Who
I can find that.
SC Fast Pitch is not a guy that's just going to make something up or go see an AI generated article and ask about it. He's like a softball dude.
Nice.
He was kind of crazy, but I'm always kind of happy when the Gamecocks in a sport maybe they haven't been the best at. In this league is tough, This league in this league. It's everybody always says it. I say it,
Yeah, I mean,
I just felt, with the last. With the way basketball went and now baseball and you got softball, it's always tough. Football is always tough. Ellis Johnson used to say it a lot. And so I got it from him. This league, in this league,
yeah. I mean, and at this point, we all know. I'm with you. I mean, obviously, you say it just because it's the thing to say, right? But I'm kind of at this point, I think it's gone on long enough to where it goes without saying.
Mm-hmm.
That this league is the premier one.
Yeah, I mean it's I don't think it's an excuse. I'm just like, well, yeah, everybody's heard that. So it's at some point it's what are you going to do about it? You can't. It's easy because it's been this way for 130 years of this institution to say, and in the state. To say, oh, we're just a little old South Carolina. It doesn't, we don't have a right to compete. It's the same self-defeating stuff that's held the state back in certain times. And it's crazy because it seems for some reason the folks that gathered up at the foot of the mountains up there don't have that attitude in the same state and in a smaller place. But I think there's reasons other than. I'm not trying to sound like a Pollyanna. Be like, if you just click your heels together and believe,
just believe.
I'm not saying that, but man, I think that I am much more in tuned and focused, and I guess I'm better at talking about how to fix it than then what do you need to do to fix it than to sit there and just give up and throw up my hands? And I think the fan base in general, last 20 years is, largely because there's been more success since 2000 in this athletic department than at any point ever. Which is kind of funny. You still got some people that want to go back to ACC, and I'm like, oh no, none of this would have happened.
Yeah,
look at how the ACC swallows. Now they're bad at basketball.
Right. I mean, it's a loser's mentality, right? And you don't want to hop on a sinking ship.
No, if it weren't for the SEC, these national championships and things would not have come to pass.
Yeah, right.
Who knows? Carolina may have won a men's basketball national title at some point, because with a coach like McGuire and with the way the program was going, you stay in it. I mean, everybody. I was looking at some Final Four stuff the other day, Phil, and it's been Arizona has not been to a Final Four since 2001.
Wow. And for me, Arizona is one of those teams that when I hear it, it's automatic basketball. That's where my brain goes, right? Yeah. I mean, just boom. So, wow.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I thought it was interesting that the UCLA women haven't ever been to a Final Four when they were, for longer than a decade, the premier men's hoops program.
Oh, for forever.
Yeah.
I mean, they were the goal. They were a dynasty. I mean, John Wooden. You South Carolina in the SEC, you got two. Florida and Auburn obviously are back, and Auburn went in 19. But if you look down the list of most recent Final Four trips, Carolina's like 4th in the league.
Yeah.
Ahead of Oklahoma and Texas and those. I was like, wow. I was like, that's pretty stellar. But yeah, there was no Final Four appearance. There was no women's basketball national title before 2000. There was one bowl win ever. Right. There were no double digit. There's one double digit win season on the football field. This place has grown up a lot, but and so gradually over time, the expectations rise, and that mentality of just little old South Carolina kind of fades away. I do think with the NIL era, there was some question here and everywhere. How are we going to compete? Because all these schools have money. But and that gets me to my next point, and I'm going to get back to the Nana Sports chat box because there's some good stuff there. Buzz Williams at the end of yesterday's show leaves A&M. What does A&M have?
Money.
Lots of it.
Lots of money.
And he leaves and does not go. I mean, I would have gotten it if maybe he goes to Butler or Creighton or, look out. I say you're laughing. I hear you laughing out there, folks. Butler and Creighton. What the hell are you talking about? Those are Big East basketball schools. I think they're both in the Big East. Yeah. That have no football, and they're going to be able to spend a lot of money in rev share.
I think we may see a reascendance of the glory days of the Big East if things hold the way they are, because they are not having to shell out all this money to sustain football programs, so they get to put it all into basketball.
And it's still a great basket. I mean, it's never been down.
No,
but I mean, just about like your DePauls of the world that have been in the gutter. Trust me,
right?
Right. I remember when I was a kid growing up. Back when, Val Kilmer was making these movies we were talking about, CBS would televise DePaul games on Saturday afternoon all the time. They played at the Rosemont Horizon, which is still a thing over near O'Hare, near the casino. It's called something. I think it's called Verizon Wireless Arena, something like that now. Allstate Arena. I'm sorry. I thought the wife said something. Anyway, but Allstate or something like that. But I remember watching DePaul. The Joey Meyer was the coach. Ray Meyer was the coach, and they were good. They've sucked terribly. They can't recruit. They can't hire coaches. They have no money. Well, now they're going to have money. And Chicago's a pretty good place to go recruit. So, Fred says DePaul. Frederick says DePaul used to be on NBC a lot. Yeah, they were a team you did not want to go play. Well, they're in the Big East, and we hadn't heard much from them. They're going to be pretty good. So Buzz Williams leaves and goes to Maryland, right? That's different because the other coach, Willard, left to take a job with the Big East. And Villanova, which Villanova and UConn have won 4 of the last 8 national championships. Not a bad program at Villanova that Jay Wright put together.
Mm-hmm.
He and Raleigh Massimino will live in infamy in a positive way at Nova. But, so you look at it like that, and he didn't take that. He didn't take a job that was, Kevin Willard said on the way out the door, they're going to give all the money to football. So Buzz leaves, and so here's what that tells me, and there's 2 things, and there's one very important point for Gamecock fans here, and it's about the athletic director and kind of the whole notion that an AD is responsible for every win and loss, and if they make a bad hire, they need to be fired, and you expect them to win games and win press conferences, and that's not their job. There's a PR component to it, but the best plan in that direction is to hire a good professional to handle it for you, to handle external communications for you, and all that. So I'm not disagreeing there that the buck stops with them as far as the outward branding and things of that nature. But a lot of fans think ADs need to win press conferences and make everybody excited when they make a coaching change. There are literally people that say Brad Scott was a better hire than Will Muschamp because it made more sense to them and the press conference was better. They won the press conference. I don't agree with that. I think it's about the product, the end result. But check this. What a bad AD does is alienate people, doesn't work with people, is a butthole, and causes good coaches and personnel to leave.
Yeah.
That's a bad AD. Trev Alberts, I've never met him, probably a prick would be my guess, goes in and decides that A&M doesn't have a whole lot of money, right? And maybe they don't. The price of oil has been up, right?
Yeah, there's always money in the banana and oil.
I know it was a tough pill to swallow to pay Jimbo to go away, right? Tough pill to swallow, but that was before he got there. So he fires they basically went Department of Aggie Efficiency and fired a lot of good people because Jim Schlossnagle, they did a Freedom of Information Act, and Jim Schlossnagle even mentioned it, like that Albert shouldn't have fired this guy, this girl, these people that were valuable to the department. And so since he's been there, you lose. And I know there was a relationship with Schlossnagle and the Texas AD, Delcon.
Yeah.
But look, you just don't. Friends are not friends. You don't make that move if everything's peachy, right, on the home front. So he walks out the door and goes down the road to Austin. Unforgivable sin. So then Trev, he's busy cutting money, saving money at A&M, which is weird. Just weird.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
And so he's the players revolt, and so he just caves and hires that guy. And they're 1-8 in the SEC right now with one of the most talented lineups, and pitching staffs in the country. So a lot of good that did. Meanwhile, Schlossnagle's at Texas. And then, in kind of a big shocker, dude, Buzz Williams is from Texas. I know people from Texas. That to 98% of them means something.
Yeah.
Now, we may look at Texas and go, well, it's just big, a lot of tumbleweeds, not very scenic, a lot of flat land, a lot of pine trees in the east, and desert in the west, and the border, the Rio Grande. Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, big cities, we probably look at Texas and be like, I don't understand. There's not a beach. There is a beach, but there's not.
Yeah, but
you know what I'm saying, dude?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, for Texas people to go back to Texas, especially, I love Blacksburg, Virginia as a small, college town. I've had fun there. I've been there many times, but probably not the most cosmopolitan place, and you're not really that close to anywhere, so he gets back home and, goes to College Station, which at least is near Austin and Houston, it's out in the fields, but, and a lot of money, right? And for him to leave and go back to folks, College Station to College Park. College Park is in Washington, D.C.
It's essentially a suburb
right
of
there.
DC.
Yeah, it's just right outside the Beltway over the border in Maryland. I mean, I've been there. So he's basically moving to Washington, D.C. Something's askew at Texas A&M, right? Something's weird. I think the fans were a little bit against him. They were talking about like that they didn't travel all that much, even when they had neutral site games in Texas. So maybe he wanted a more passionate basketball fan base, but financially, which is what's motivating a lot of this stuff these days, it shouldn't have been any better. I do think this: if Ross B. York was still there, or Scott Woodward, their previous two ADs, I don't think Buzz Williams would have taken the Maryland job.
Would Schloss have left, do you think?
I would be hard pressed. I think that with an AD, bad ADs do this. They come in and they are bigger than the program, right? It's about them. And Trev Alberts, frankly, he was on TV for how many years? I don't know. All of a sudden, I thought Nebraska just hired him because he was a Cornhusker.
Right.
I don't know who at A&M said, "Hey, man, let's go hire Trev Alberts." And then to sit there and penny pinch at A&M. I mean, they had a penny pincher who also built the stadium, Eric Hyman, and he was out after the stadium got built. Bye. Oh, you don't want to give Kevin Sumlin a raise? Well, that's not really your call now, is it? I'm going to call up Bill, and he's going to come over here and write you a check, and we'll pay for your move, Eric. Anyway, so that's weird. That's a weird situation out there. That's good for the Gamecocks in a lot of ways, but that shows you folks that like a bad AD can hurt you, right?
Right.
Now let's get to the superstar AD notion, right? Scott Woodward at LSU is who was at A&M, big game hunter, always hires a big name and all that. And that's great. I admire that. I think he deserves a lot of credit for it. Getting Kim Mulkey back was big, but what was LSU basketball like this year? They're 15th.
Yeah.
And then an article that came out the other day about LSU football. LSU in football spent $8.5 million on NIL last year. Last year, most of your blue blood, like Georgia, Bama, Texas, 11 to 12. A&M probably a little higher. Gamecocks were not all that high, but they frankly got a discount with their quarterback and things like that. They're around 6.5. So how do you drop the ball NIL wise at LSU if you're a great athletic director? Because sometimes guys like Mike McGee, when he was here, that hire the big name, they're really not running stuff good. Smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
Now LSU's increased that. They're going to 18 in football allegedly, and they have the number one portal class in basketball. So they've turned it, or they found the money. LSU should have money, but it kind of seems like the plan was to skate by to be LSU. So there's another example of a superstar AD that, his fundamental job, he wasn't doing it. And this is the final point about hiring and ADs. And Mike Morgan talks about this a lot. I try not to bring it up a lot because, I don't deal with specific fans as fans want to get excited and all that good stuff. But I'll bring this up. Maryland has no AD. So if the AD is so critical in hiring guys, how in the hell did Maryland get Buzz Williams with no AD? He doesn't even know who his boss is going to be.
Okay.
That means A, you got a bad AD and a bad situation at A&M, and B, you can still make a great hire if your job is attractive. And that's what coaches make decisions on if they have employment somewhere else, right? And it's the second time in the last 3 hires Maryland's stolen Texas A&M's coach, because Mark Turgeon was also from A&M.
There's some sort of pipeline there.
Yeah, Turgeon, and they fired him, and then they hired Willard. He left, and so now they went back to College Station. Well, Carolina, their last 2 AD hires that weren't internal promotions came from TCU.
Yeah, right now they have Maryland has an interim AD listed on their website.
An interim AD,
Colleen
yeah.
Sorum.
Now she's the direct report, but man,
yeah,
come on, dude.
I know.
I mean, I'm like that. I mean, Buzz Williams wanted the Maryland job, so he went and got his agent. They went and got the Maryland job. He wanted the Indiana job, but they never talked to him about it. So I don't know. I just think that there's a little lesson on athletics directors and the things like that you have to consider when you're mad at whoever for whatever and trying to grade these guys. I hope we get away from that around here. I think because Coach Tanner was a coach.
Yeah.
Are they people in their mind like you judge a coach by the bottom line, wins and losses, right? Sometimes you'll be a little gripey, gripe a little bit about this, that, and the other. But if you're winning, all is fine. And so I think they're so used to judging Tanner by wins and losses that he just almost got judged like based on every coach winning and losing.
Yeah. No.
I'll never forget when Carolina lost to Clemson the year they went to the Final Four in basketball without Sedarius Thornwell. Somebody on Twitter was just like, we got to get rid of Ray Tanner. We can't beat Clemson. I'm like, dude. Oh, man. So anyway, that's my little spiel on that. I do think it's very interesting. Now, Texas A&M, talking about double dipping at schools. When they hired Ross Bjork, the former athletic director who's now at Ohio State, it's kind of funny he got out of town. Ohio State's a great AD job. It's kind of funny he got out of town too. I wonder if there's some booster issues down there, maybe.
There are a couple of big hats down there that don't like to take no for an answer.
I'll tell you this right now. We'll fire every one of you.
Yeah, that's right.
Giggle Maggies. I mean, they're building an $85 million baseball stadium.
I know.
Why are they firing mid-level staff?
Maybe they should change that to a $26 million video board and
like Auburn.
Like Auburn.
And
then they might win at basketball more.
Auburn's got to have a bake sale. For that.
Come on down to Timber's Corner Bake Sales for the NIL initiatives.
Auburn, by the way, their AD is a former baseball coach as well.
Right.
But just throwing that out. But anyway, it's when you look at it, it's very, very interesting. But, when they hired Ross Bjork away from Ole Miss, now the talk in basketball circles is they're going to go hire Chris Beard from Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Who used to coach at where? Texas.
It's so incestual. It's so incestual.
You might now that those two are in the same conference and they play in football every year, you're going to see now that rivalry is very interesting. It should have never been canceled. It was only canceled because of pettiness.
Yeah, right.
Because you've got two fan bases that are enormous and are loaded with money. You want to talk about money? There's no schools that are more rich than Texas and Texas A&M in the whole league. Vanderbilt as a private school probably has a pretty large endowment because most private schools do. But as far as just being able to generate funds, not only do they have numbers like thousands, millions of fans, because they're in Texas, but they're also rich.
Right.
I mean, these people are crazy. But so it's going to be interesting to see if A&M jogs on over to Oxford and gets somebody. But what I was reading on the A&M website is, they're literally, Phil, kind of talking like South Carolina. Well, it's just going to cost a lot to get him.
Huh? Just going to have to pay.
I mean, so is Trev Alberts pitching pennies at Texas A&M? It brings me back to my point. That's a bad AD.
Yeah. Right. When it doesn't look like you need to pinch your pennies,
it's a bad AD.
Bad AD.
Because you're doing something based on, look, hey, I know you got to pay $20 million out in rev share. Go raise it.
You paid $80 million to make a coach go away.
Yeah.
You can't get $20 million to pay players.
Go raise it. You don't have to fire the secretary and the
optically, that's a real bad look, though, too, especially in this time where the narrative is if you're not spending the money, you hate players.
Yeah.
But you're willing to pay a coach that money to go away.
You're
oh, my
belt
goodness.
tightening at Texas A&M. I mean, I don't get it. But yeah, that's kind of what their people say. Oh, I don't know if they can afford it. They'd have to have a big NIL commitment. All right, so on what planet does A&M have less of an NIL good? I know Ole Miss has a great NIL situation. It's because their fans, a larger percentage, just about anybody in the country, their fans get it, and they give their $10 a month, and they got 11,000 members giving however much a month, and then some to the collective. The Ole Miss collective was impressive, and they do that, and because they love Ole Miss, but you have such a bigger market with A&M. So whereas, Ole Miss probably needs about 70% of their fans that care to join up, right? To make their nut,
really make a difference. Yeah.
Yeah. Texas A&M probably needs 10. Yeah. How hard is that? So I don't understand why they're belt tightening at Texas A&M. And I was like, oh man, this is kind of surprising. But how that is relevant with the Gamecocks is, this is exactly what you want to have happen to the teams you play.
Yep.
Anybody in this conference, this league, hey, if you've got a crazy glue sniffer that takes over the AD department that happened to be on TV, play linebacker, it was a hell of a linebacker at Nebraska, by the way. Yeah, it was kind of funny, but nobody in Nebraska was sad when he left.
No.
Trev Alberts.
Yeah. Did he hire Scott Frost?
Yes.
Was he there during that?
No.
Yeah, no wonder that.
Or was that I-Course that was?
You might be right.
I-Course used to be in South Carolina, but yeah, Trev, maybe Trev was the guy. I don't know. I'd have to look that up. I know Alberts he hired Matt Rule, I'm pretty sure. But nevertheless, anywho, that's it's always good to have dysfunction at some of these schools that, they do things that don't make any sense. I think we often think that it's just Carolina. It's not. No. Because that's good, because it just kind of it directly impacts winning when you start doing things like this, and good coaches are leaving and you're worried about money at a rich school, and sooner or later, I mean, the Aggies won't put up with it for long, but I think we may be seeing why A&M really they
well, listen, I mean, if the donor base, which has money, and they're not giving money to the programs,
it's going to be a problem.
Maybe it's time to make a change at the top, because there's got to be a reason. I mean, it's not like they're not supporting their Aggies, They're out there supporting. Gig them.
Krager, Nana Sports Chat Box, leave you with this for the first hour. Trev Alberts has as punchable of a face as Eli Drinkwitz.
Maybe you should go up to Como.
Come on. Season 8. Missouri changes ADs every 20 seconds. And yeah, they still end up being pretty good at everything. But nevertheless, I tell you who's pretty good at a lot of things. That's Tony Pope State Farm. Insurance available. South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia. If you're out of state, please support those that support the Gamecocks. Plus, it's fantastic insurance. They are like a good neighbor at Tony Pope State Farm. Also has some financial products you may be interested in checking out. Could just set you up with a lot of different stuff. That's TonyPope.com. Tony Pope State Farm, proud sponsor of the morning show, The Show. All we do here at Chief Sports also helps out NIL and sponsors Gamecock Baseball. That guy is all over it. TonyPope.com, Tony Pope State Farm. We'll be back with the final hour on a hump day right after this.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever, and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lesson today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks.
The season rolls on at Love Chevrolet, where the inventory is overflowing and the deals are in full bloom. Rev up your spring with Love's exclusive specials on Suburbans, Tahoes, Silverados. The entire lineup of award-winning Chevys on the lot now and ready to go. Spring-tacular savings at Love Chevrolet. We're talking the best selection of new Chevys, the lowest price, guaranteed. In fact, they'll beat any competitor's price or give you $1,000. The other dealers upsell, overcharge, and will say most anything to get the sale. At Love Chevrolet, satisfied customers do all the talking, and they say things like helpful, honest, and fun. Your trusted hometown Chevy dealer since 1961, Love Chevrolet. I-26 at Harbison and at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
This is Will Norris from Gamecock Football, and you listen to the show with JC, JB, and Phil.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Second hour of the show, final hour of the stream for the day. I'm sorry, I just got distracted. Alex just sent me an email, or a text, actually. So that good. Yeah, look. Hey, squirrel.
Alex Jones, the pride of Hampton County.
Yes, the pride. Hey, just sent me a text right there as we came back from break, which is interesting because I was going to reference an article that he posted on the Big Spur today.
Is it about special teams?
Yes.
Because I've had it up since the start of the show. I'm avoiding it.
Good. Okay, I didn't know if you were or weren't.
No, I'm going to talk about it.
We have an unhealthy obsession with special teams.
Yeah,
here on Inside
I'm going to talk about it.
And Beamer spoke, so we should acknowledge.
Beamer did talk about it. So, and you could, that's a free article on the Big Spur. So if you're not a member, head on over to thebigspur.com. Check it out. There's a lot during your traditional coverage time of different sports. There's a lot of free content there. Plus our message board is freemium. So a lot of it, you have to be a member to post, but a lot of it you can read. And it's highly entertaining. Sometimes so probably a little less sad than Twitter sometimes,
Yeah,
it's all Gamecocks. So I'm scrolling through Twitter or X, and I'm rolling, and in today's episode of the algorithm, sometimes AI needs a little bit of an adjustment.
Right.
So Brad Muller tweets, "Ahoy, mates, enjoy Tampa."
I saw that.
And it's blacked out and says sensitive content. It blacks it out. It says sensitive content. You may not want to view this. And I look at it, and it's just Brad in front of a pirate ship.
I saw that.
I'm like, Lord, have mercy.
Sensitive content.
Well,
like, pirate ships may be triggering.
What has Brad posted? And I'm like,
right.
Surely this isn't like a mistake on his part. And of course not. He's but anyway.
The ageless Brad Muller.
Ageless Brad Muller.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But look, it's one of those things. I thought that was kind of hilarious. Congratulations to Neely Lamb, too, by the way, the Pest Player of the Week from Terminex by Gamecock Athletics. Our friend Derek Scott passed that along. That was the tweet on top of that. The Nana's Porch chat box is our version of social media here on Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
For your psyche.
Yeah, got to sit here and answer these questions. And I love them. The Queen of the Cocks. Hope you're doing safe down there in Missouri. Let's just call it Missouri from now on.
Missouri. Yeah.
Missouri.
Is that how they say it there? I think
Some
it is.
do. Maybe Queen can fill us in on that. I know there's something to. I don't know that in St. Louis and Kansas City they call it Missouri.
Yeah,
but
maybe in the
Ozarks.
The more remote parts, if you will.
I think maybe that's the northern rural part, because there's a big old hunk of Missouri north of the middle that's very rural.
Yeah,
going up toward Iowa, toward Iowa, right? And so maybe that's the way. That's how they say it. Missouri shares a big border with Illinois too. Mississippi River does that. All right, so the Queen of the Cocks says, JC, is there any explanation on Jamari Thomas's eligibility? So I have no idea how he's planning on getting eligible. I'm not aware of anything that happened in his past. They were talking about Pegues from Auburn, if he got in the portal, getting another year, and I don't see how that would happen either. But
Furman's not JUCO. I can assure you that.
I think maybe some of these kids are getting some bad advice. In the agents think they can go file a lawsuit like everybody else and get an injunction and get them to play because they didn't get NIL money at Norfolk State, that's probably what's next. Pegues didn't get it at Furman. Maybe they get him an extra year. I don't know if that's going to fly, especially when the House settlement comes in. So I hope Jamari gets to play somewhere next year because I like him. I don't think he was a fit at all at Carolina. Some people disagree. They think, he was second best player or whatever. I think statistically, if that's all you care about, he scored. But when you have a point guard that misses 12 shots a game and doesn't have a whole ton of assists, and your coach is Lamont Paris, and he's got a really neat system that if you run it, it works, and your best player is a post player, and you have guards that don't give it to him in crunch time, et cetera, that's called not being a good fit. Athletically, talent-wise, he fit, especially for a 5'9", 5'10" guy. The athletic evaluation wasn't off. It was kind of just how he played, kind of like how he executed, not really how he was just a basketball player. But I wish him the best. I really do. Kreger mentions that Chris Cornell's cover of Nothing Compares to You is unbelievable. That song.
No, I have heard that.
Like just about everybody that covers it's got a pretty decent version, and I dig that. I like the Prince version the best.
Yeah, same.
I just think that it's his song anyway.
Yeah, that's right. He did write it, right?
So
he did write it.
The llama chimed in on Val Kilmer, by the way. So he's 32, but grew up on Heat, Tombstone, Top Gun, and The Doors, and loved the Elvis in Romance. We're with you, llama. Thanks for being here, brother.
Go hug your parents, man. That's a good reason right there.
So, Kreger, I'm going to get to your baseball question in a minute, but I want to address this. Lance says, talking about the injuries from reported yesterday.
Yeah.
Lance says, anything new on Jaylen Brown? Only thing I've heard is a sprain, and he would be down all spring, but nothing crazy. That's the rumor. That's my understanding of it. Lower body injury, sprain. So, there's good news and bad news. The bad news is he's new and he's going to need all the reps he can get. I'm not projecting him to start on August 31st anymore. Because I think Brian Thomas Jr. is a player that they like enough to where somebody that misses the rest of spring, no matter what they really do in the fall, where you have a month, Phil, but you really got 2 weeks to kind of do the depth chart push during camp.
Right.
And so I just don't know there's enough time. Maybe Jaylen Brown starts eventually, but I thought for him to kind of get past Thomas Jr., it was going to have to be a consistent thing. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm going to release a new projected bunch of starters or projected starters on the Big Spur in the next 24 hours, and I'm planning on putting Brian Thomas Jr. there ahead of Brown. just because of the injury. That does not mean, and I'm sure I'll get a bunch of questions about it, that I don't think Brown will be back next year. I just think it's a process, just like everybody says. And when you're not out there, the process stalls. There you go. So, but I'm with you on that, Lance. I don't think it's too serious. And Craig, a lower body, is all I was told. All that. Hope says he's probably that dude that sits behind home plate at LSU games and yells and does his strikeout sign. Probably. Are you talking about the person that wrote the Softball America piece? It was actually a female name.
Yeah, it was. I saw that. I've already navigated away from it, or I would have that right here. But it was a female writer. Mm-hmm.
The Queen of the Cocks responded. Not a rumor, sadly. Yeah, it's not a. It was reported. Krager says the Aggies should go up to get Greg McDermott. That guy's going to get a job eventually. Pretty good coach, but honestly, I mean, if you're him, do you want to go and compete against Aggie football for resources? I'm just saying. Now look, I'm going to say this. I don't care if the Big East teams are paying a bunch of money. I don't. I could give a flip less about that. I don't think it's going. Are they going to get the best recruits, best players, and have the resources? Are they going to be popular for the portal? Will Rick Pitino ever have to recruit a high school player again in the next decade until he retires when he's 90? Probably not.
Probably not.
But that doesn't mean you always win. There's a lot of basketball players out there, and I think that as long as you can afford the guys you need to get to make it work, you can win. Because things come down to, as we saw this year, a lot of different factors in winning or losing basketball, especially the tournament. It's not like we're sitting here and all four teams in the Final Four, even though they are number one seeds, right? It's not like they all sat there and when they like the Fab Five when they came to Michigan. And I'll admit, I was a little surprised Fab Five made it all the way to the final game, first go around. Yeah. But everybody's like, they're going to be good. Everybody knew Cooper Flagg going to Duke was going to make a big difference. It's not like anybody sat there in the preseason and said, boy, if Florida. Yeah, I think the one thing we talked about with Florida was the 7-9 guy.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And how much of the court does he see?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the one. So I think as long as you, and trust me, Florida's bottom third of the league as far as this year's roster payroll. So I don't think we're going to go in an era of Big East dominance. I think it's clearly going to be the best league year after year. But I think the SEC schools, if they get a budget, will be fine. It's like a lot of people have been saying in these articles about the subject. You're going to have a market. Lamont said it during his interview. The bubble's going to burst. These guys are not going to get paid what they're getting paid now.
No.
And it's a mad dash. There's no tomorrow with the collectives and with the deadline coming up. And college athletics is very competitive. So everybody's trying to get a competitive advantage. I think what some people are missing is the highest paid teams don't always win. I think everybody's kind of latching on to this Ohio State thing, and then they're reading rumors. Oh, the SEC schools pay $8 million. No, Florida's
not all of them.
I heard Florida's around 4 or 4.2. That's big. That's more than Carolina and LSU spent. But look, man. But everybody's kind of going a little nuts. And then Kirby Smart, and I'm going to talk about this here in a little bit, mentioned that, look at this, agents are having Zoom calls with their clients who are players with coaches or representatives of other schools to find out where they're going. Or to find out if they want to get in the portal.
If they want to, right. Yeah, to test the waters.
And Kirby's like, I got invited to one, and do you want to come? I'm like, well, if my players are going to be there, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Jesus.
I know. What a time, man. What
Well,
a time.
I think this too, man. And it's just a hunch. I keep saying things have changed, Phil. So already in recruiting, like let's just say this. I'm gonna switch gears to football real quick. Football in recruiting already, there was a massive amount of entitlement before NIL because we did too good of a job covering it. We had too good of a business. We had too good of a thing fans wanted to see. High schools were on TV. You had guys transferring high schools. You had IMG. I mean, the high school football player went from being someone you talk about in the newspaper and maybe on the 6 o'clock news, and that's a big deal, or in a newsletter or on a 1-900 number. For those of you that weren't around back then, know that don't get it twisted about the 1-900 numbers.
Yeah. Not all 900 numbers
are created equal.
Salacious.
But they used to have calls. Call in and be like, hey, so-and-so's committed to so-and-so. It's like, you couldn't broadcast on the radio. You had Phil Kornblut every night in South Carolina. So they've gone from largely local media, if that. Like it was cool when their name was up on the scoreboard. If they had a scoreboard, they could put a name on it. Yeah, right. Most times it's just good to get your name called out on the loudspeaker. To celebrities, especially with social media where, man, you're in high school and you've got 80,000 followers on Twitter and all these grown-ass men from all parts of the country because you're a 5-star because the industry, recruiting industry says you are, and now you got all these coaches kissing your butt. There was already some entitlement. Like what helped kind of beat that back was once you got there, reality hit. And yes, there were guys that would leave because they couldn't cut it, or guys they'd run off and things like that. There were transfers. But you went through a period where you probably wanted to transfer because you were like, this isn't fun anymore.
Right.
Because you actually have to work in football. You went through a period where you had to adjust, and then you got to work. And then if you were in a good program like Alabama that had all the resources and the plan to get you better, get you where you were, if you bought in, you were going places, right? So Alabama could recruit all these 5-star players and 4-star players. They could have a recruiting class, and I still think a lot of those guys did get a Bama bump, and I'll justify that till the day I die because they didn't miss in recruiting a lot, evaluation-wise.
Right.
Nick Saban was one of the best not only the best recruiter, the best evaluator in college football.
Yeah, you made the association with the school, but it was specifically the staff, like the head coach, the staff itself.
The staff
That's where you could argue that bump was legit.
Yeah, and Kirby did the same thing.
Yeah.
And it paid off in 2021, 2022 when they won it. They were the most dominant team in college football. Where I questioned it is NIL started coming online right about then.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, in the transfer portal, right? 2022 transfer portal was a thing. And everybody said, the best are just going to keep on keeping on, assuming these schools had all the money, but they don't know the money. Yeah. And so if you're Georgia and Texas to a certain extent, and Alabama, maybe not this past year, but you go recruit a lot of guys out of a freshman class that are that highly rated and that have that much attention, you're going to lose a bunch of them because they're entitled.
Exactly.
In football's talent maximization, sure. Coming out of high school, you see one guy and he's a 5-star, and you see another guy and he's a 4 or a 3. Doesn't have the offer list, and you're like, well, this guy's a tick faster, like a millisecond. This guy can jump a little, and he's 6'1.5" instead of 5'11.5. So just as good on film, whatever. This guy has more offers. The recruiting industry thinks he's better, so obviously he's considered the better recruit. But he's got a ton of entitlement attached to him. Right. This other guy, not so much. This other guy's going to beat you every day. Maybe not at the end of their senior year of high school, but by the time the season actually starts, because all these kids enroll early anyway,
Right.
that talent maximizer is going to pass. It's a sliding scale in football. Guys go up, guys go down. It's like it's perpetual. And so if you're Kirby Smart and you've all been like, I'm not going to say greedy. Kirby's a great evaluator of talent as well. And they expect to go take 4 and 5 star guys, especially out of their own state. But if you sit there and look at it, and you've got 20 to 30 guys in the portal every offseason because they're just disappointed that they're not playing and they have to work too hard, Phil.
Yeah. It's tough because then you're not able to develop those guys who traditionally would have no out, right?
Yeah.
Or knew that they were constrained, like in the early transfer. It's like, oh, you can only do this once.
Yeah.
And if I really want it that bad, I gotta have to sit. I mean, remember the having to sit out a year to transfer without pause, right?
That's an eternity in football.
Yeah. I mean, and those are decisions that kept kids in programs, especially good, solid programs, right? That there were these factors that you didn't have this free agency type of scenario where they could just be like, well, I'll just go get playing time at Ole Miss.
Yeah, and some of the coaches like Tommy Tuberville wants to go back to that.
Right.
Because the way the big boys would do it was they weren't necessarily the bottom third of their class signing these. Now, maybe Alabama was, and that's why that was a dynasty.
Well, yeah.
But most schools like Auburn with Tuberville was the bottom third of their class. They're kind of signing those guys so Ole Miss doesn't get them. Or his team they have to play every
year. You're taking them that way they don't go elsewhere.
And then they can't leave, and you let them sort it out. But you know, and so
and next thing you know, you would see those guys transfer down, not laterally. Right?
If it was really a need to transfer. So, and look, you tell them anything they want to hear to get them in the door, may give them a little cash under the table, whatever, to get them in, but they're not on any kind of payroll. You know, once they get there, it's kind of like, well, welcome to basic training. You know, it's called recruiting. Like in the military, most people will tell you, it's all, man, travel the world. Boy, you get free square. And the GI Bill, man, you're going to be a doctor or a lawyer. And you know, then you get in there, it's like, hey, you know, but your basic training hits.
You spend 6 weeks in Paris Island in the middle of summer or whatever, right? You're like,
what is your major malfunction? You know, I still remember my brother when he joined the Army. His recruiter was a great guy. I met him. He lived with me in Columbia at the time, and he joined. And then he brought we went to get him at basic, and all of a sudden Jason was standing up straight.
Yeah, right.
Had a shaved head, and we saw his picture from when he joined. They take your picture in front of the American flag with your uniform on, and he looked like this, like stunned, stunned.
Culture shock.
Yeah. Oh my God. You know, so that's what happened there, you know, but it's the same way with college football. I mean, you know, you kiss butt and make everything sound rosy. Once you got him. Well, you can't do that anymore.
No,
you can't do that anymore. And so if you're Kirby Smart, here's what Kirby Smart is smart. Kirby understands football. Kirby Smart's also not afraid to play the Lad McConkeys of the world, or that safety they had that was a walk-on that played all the time. Because guess what? He and Will Muschamp were those guys.
Right.
So what I think Georgia's going to start doing, you're going to see them sign less 4 and 5 star players. I think they're going to start signing players that are almost as good that they can develop.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, you look at them last year, they did have injuries, but like Xavier McLeod, he was playing, and you know, he did some good things. Georgia 2 years ago, he'd be buried on the bench. He wouldn't even be traveling, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I get it, but he kind of went off. I mean, he was just like, I personally couldn't believe the agent thing. I was like, you're having what, you know, I legally there has to be some way to fix it or to be a little bit more, you know, what I would do is I'd start suing agents if they're shopping players. If players have already, especially if they've already signed, for interference with the contract. You know, just put it in there that, you know, you cannot break this contract and get paid from some other school and go to the highest bidder. I think now some of the agent types, because they're not all real agents, right?
Mhm.
Think that the courts are just going to rule against any kind of limitation at all. But it's sports. There are rules. This is not Smoky. There are rules. So I think they're going to be sadly mistaken. But right now, there's just so much cash out there. And then, these schools that gripe, not Kirby Smart, but these schools that gripe about it, Ohio State, for example. Their former AD was testifying before Congress. We're just so concerned about pay for play. Oh, really?
Oh, are you?
Yeah, you're the worst ones.
And yet you took to it like a fish in water.
Yeah. I mean, dude, even before they put together this team last year, which largely that money went into retention, right? They got some great pieces and they won the national title, but it largely went into retention because they always recruit pretty well. And I still think there was entitlement on that team. How do you explain losing to Michigan again? I mean, that Michigan team wasn't worth grits.
No,
they
play not a good Michigan team.
Not a good Michigan team at all. So I don't know, but the ones that complain the loudest are the egregious ones. I've mentioned Jim Larinaga in basketball leaving because they're buying my players. You bought a Final Four team, dude.
Yeah, right.
I mean, do you think you would have gone to the Final Four if you hadn't bought players?
No.
Think about Kansas State. You took their best player because of money.
Money, because you had money, guys.
I don't want to hear it, man.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think in football recruiting at the high school level, you're going to see either a lot of, and then people are going to disguise this, Phil, and say, well, the wealth is being spread out now because all these 4 stars and 5 stars are going elsewhere.
Oh, it'll be under the guise of parity without context to entitlement and Look,
what's going to happen is the schools that get it, and I'm not hanging a championship banner anywhere right now. The school, because there's schools that should get it that don't, like Southern Cal. The schools that get it are going to be vetting guys that are highly rated, and you'll see it. You'll see them take 2 or 3 5 stars. I'm not even talking about South Carolina right now. That's a different matter. I'm talking about generally in college football.
Yeah,
you'll see them take 2 or 3 5 stars. Then you'll see like less 4s than you normally do, and a whole bunch of 3s with measurables and a thorough evaluation of who they are as players.
Yeah.
And they're going to come in for not a lot of money out of high school. You should never pay high school guys anyway in football a whole lot.
That's one of the things that should be on this rev share is that there should be a freshman cap. Boom.
There should be.
There should be. Now we're not going to, because that's going to open up a whole can of worms.
I think in football, Phil, you go, unless the only 2 players I would have ever paid 7 figures to, and this is no offense to anybody else, to Devian Clowney and Marcus Lattimore.
Yeah, I mean,
in the history of recruiting at this institution.
Yeah,
nobody.
There are can't miss 5 stars that you can see, and then there are guys who look good coming off the bus, play well against lesser opponents in high school, who get that 5-star rating by virtue of who they're being attracted to at the next level, the programs for which they play in high school, who obviously don't pan out.
And I'll be honest, I would have thought about it with Clowney. Like I wouldn't have gotten crazy. Marcus, yes. Look at how much better South Carolina was when Marcus got there.
I can't, if you didn't know Marcus Lattimore when he was in high school, and what kind of a freak athlete that guy was, I'm here. I can't impress upon you enough, what Carolina was getting in that after, because we get, this kid was ready. I mean, he was burning it down.
Tony Barnard compared him to Herschel Walker. I mean,
legitimately, because you hear him on the radio. We get Burns football on the radio here, and I'd listen to it because it was the only thing on the radio on Friday nights. And you're just like, this kid God.
I mean, just a guy that brought the competitiveness every single time as a team player. He checked all the boxes. Kreger in the chat box says Dylan Stewart. Probably not a million for him right away. Just probably not. I mean, and really, like I said, with Jadeveon, I'd have thought about it. But I think I don't think South Carolina, and if you're South Carolina at that point in time, you probably do pay a little more because you're going against Alabama and everybody else. I don't know that at any school that's not trying to have a bust factory, and they would hand a high school kid $1 million right away. If you got a quarterback or something and his deals for $1 million over 2 years, that may be different. But those are only two. Pat DeMarco would have gotten $1 million for me final year, definitely. I love that guy. God bless. He was a good player.
Yeah, he was.
Glue guy. But anyway, we'll be back to wrap things up here on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. But first, want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, D's Wings in West Columbia. I always love D's Wings. Go out there and get you some chicken wings. Get you a cold beer. They have a Low Country Boil. I think they call it Buford Stew, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, we almost got that. The wife went. She wanted to get everything on the menu. So I'm like, where are you going to put all this, honey?
I'll take the sampler.
My wife's a little woman. She's about 5 feet tall. So anyway, it's great. We certainly appreciate their sponsorship, D's Wings in West Columbia. But also shout out to Ryan Brewer Fence, another one of our locally known sponsors here on ITG. We'll be back to wrap things up after this.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Wil made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. chefwilliamturner.com and Chef Wil Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
Welcome back, everybody. Final segment of Inside the Gamecocks, the show for the afternoon to get you through the midweek here. This is our midweek. I think we've won. I think we've done a good job. I look at after every show, I'm like, did we win or lose today? I feel like we've won today.
We never lose, Phil. You show up, you show up, you win. But it's ASO soccer, right?
That's right.
I'm eating orange
treat
slices.
myself to orange slices and a high C when I get off of here, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm in a better mood today. I had a good meeting this morning. So whenever you have a good meeting with somewhat good news, you're happy. Bruin Nation says Arden Conyers going to Charlotte. That's probably a good fit for him. I still have hope he's going to be a good player. The 24/7 Sports transfer rankings are out.
Oh,
I saw the top 10 or what. And the basketball guys, I don't know enough about. Like football. I go back and study and kind of see like, well, this guy, they didn't know what they're talking about here, and this was a good call here. But I don't know. Basketball guys, though, seem to have a lot more mid majors higher, and they seem to be a lot less attached to the high school ranking. Like the football guys are still like, oh, this guy's going to be 4 stars. I'm like, he hadn't played. Unless you're going to South Carolina and then or someplace like that. They're still kind of I don't know. So Trayson Eaglestaff, 47th ranked portal guy. He's gotten pushed down because initially he was in like the top 20.
Yeah, he was pretty.
They were like, he's going to command a lot of money. Yeah. Money. So anyway, Meechie checks in at 133. 4-star guy in the portal. Here is I haven't seen Essendoka. I could care less. You could rank Christ Asandiko like -1 stars if you want to. Rank him as the 1 millionth player in the country. He's a big guy that can pass and shoot. Those guys don't grow on trees.
No.
And I believe the price was probably right on him as far as not breaking the budget. And I from what I've heard with Asandika, he needed a fresh start. He just didn't fit with what Providence coach Kim English wanted to do. Whittle reported that. So anyway, there's that. Now look, this is interesting. Zach Davis is 149. Outgoing. I don't see Cam Scott anywhere. That's not surprising.
Maybe they updated it before they did it today and he did yesterday. So never mind. That's off the table.
Chauncey Wiggins. Was Chauncey Wiggins good for Clemson? Or am I thinking of somebody else? Well, Chauncey Wiggins, one of Clemson's better players. No, that was another. I'm thinking about somebody else. Anyway, he's going to Florida State. He was going to play against the Tigers. So there you go. But yeah, so those rankings are out, and we'll see. The number 1 guy is Yaxel Lindenborg. Yaxel. It's like Surge in Beverly Hills Cop.
Right.
Was it his name Surge? No, is his name Surge? Surge. Beverly Hills Cop.
Yeah, Surge.
Yaxel. Oh, Yaxel Foley. So this guy Lindenborg's from Yuma, Arizona, apparently. He was a JUCO player and was at UAB. Andy Kennedy found him. But he's the number 1 transfer, apparently. Rated as a 99 and a 5-star guy.
Interesting.
There you go. There you go. But that's the latest there. Transfer portal, Carolina. And I hope this isn't the case, Phil. And I don't think that. I mean, obviously, I know a lot of folks on the basketball staff and admire them. And trust me, last offseason was not just a wing it thing. They really thought they would be good. And I think everybody else did too.
Yeah.
It just didn't work out. But I know that the feedback with Colin Murray Bulls has been kind of all over the map with the NBA. And I know internally it's a lot less rosy than some of these people who are putting out mock drafts. So people have to keep that in mind, the feedback. And in the NBA, you go through a pretty lengthy process. You're not going to have an answer on this till the summer.
No, that's the thing that is kind of troublesome in, when the time frame, because the NBA draft combine does not happen until mid-May.
Yeah.
So it's another 6 weeks away before he'll even get any sort of grade as to what
from
they're
that.
feeling. Right. Yeah. So
The other part of it is you can, I think in the NBA you can come back if you even
yeah, that's the
declare
thing.
for
You can
draft.
test the waters. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like football. Like when you declare you're gone, your eligibility ends. In basketball, you can test the waters and go through the entire pre-draft process, and then come back to school if your grade's not high enough.
Yeah.
So and that is not just contingent on the player itself, but who else is going through that process as well. So if say, the quality of player that is testing out higher than CMB is not a large enough number that he could push himself up to close to lottery pick, then he'd probably go. I mean, if you're a lottery pick, I don't know why you wouldn't go. The assumption being that if you're a lottery pick, your path to playing on, in the NBA and not the G League is going to be a little quicker. But there are a lot of ins and outs to that process that unfortunately are kind of holding things up in the air, I guess, for Carolina for the next, couple of months.
Let's see, you're gonna have to pay him.
Right. You're going to have to you're going to at least have to get the deal. So here's the thing. Like my understanding is with the house settlement before they go to hearing is worst case scenario. You have to have a deal in principle signed with this person, a contract signed
by the 7th.
And then the money has to be paid on or before June 30.
Well, before July 1st.
So well, it has to be, not on June 30, but before July 1st. Yeah, when everybody's traditional fiscal year starts. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So you're going to have to make a commitment to him before he can make a commitment to you, at least from a financial standpoint. Now, the other side of this is it's Colin Murray Boyles. So what you've got here. In that. And I'm sure that these conversations are already being had and that the resources have, in theory, already been allocated out of the pot for NIL for basketball, right?
Oh,
but,
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see, I would with him, I would just, if he comes back, just front load the whole thing.
Yeah, just pay it all.
Or front load everybody else. And then, he goes on, he just gets the however much of the rev share, the total rev share.
Yeah, but right. Yeah, you could. Yeah, there is another way around that. You could give him the lion's share of the rev share. That way you can bypass the clearinghouse, which, like here we are. We're already trying to find loopholes as to how to keep a potential NBA star on our basketball team because they already exist in the current format. It's like, all right, here's what we're going to give you all this money up front. CMB, here's the number that we're going to spend out of, here's what we're giving to basketball. Colin, you're going to get 90% of that, and the rest of it's going to go to guys to come in or whatever. Yeah.
From the Nana Sports chat box, Krager says the 30th pick in the draft is slotted at 2.2 to 2.5 million. Yeah.
And you're not guaranteed to not have to be in the G League for that.
Yeah. So that's as Mike Morgan's been pointing out, college is pretty sweet. But if you get higher, that's a lot of different kind of money.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Krager also quotes Beverly Hills Cop. Would you like a drink, Foley? I make it myself right back there with a little lemon twist. That's an epic character, by the way. Serge. Anyway, great movies, Beverly Hills Cop. But what I would do, and I think they're probably planning on doing this, is what I would do is say, all right, we've got 15 spots on the roster.
Yeah.
15 scholarships. We're going to get 14 in place. And if he doesn't come back and we have to go with 14, that's not going to kill you, right? That 15th guy is not, he's never going to play.
Well, here's the thing. There's another portal window in the fall, right? Before. Is there? No, there's only one basketball.
Portal window. Yeah.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
I mean,
graduate.
You can go with a grad transfer, yes.
Yeah, that would be your only other option.
But you can't talk to him unless he declares and gets it,
You can talk to his agent.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But I mean,
which is also stupid, right? It's like you can't. What is tampering anymore? What is?
You just find you just find a warm body or whatever, and you never know. I mean, sometimes guys like that in the late editions, they get there and they're like, oh, whatever. Well, that guy's pretty good, Sometimes they're not. Sometimes they can't play dead in a movie. So, it just depends. But that's what I would do. And I think that's the plan. It is complicated. I'm glad we've talked through it here, Phil.
Yeah.
It's kind of like my meeting this morning. It's complicated. I had to talk through it.
That's right. But here's what could happen.
Yeah.
Let's run our scenarios, right? So, it's like, it's like trying to figure out who's going to win the football game.
Yeah.
I could see this unfolding in a number of ways, right? Yeah.
Right. So, all right, back to something we avoided earlier. Beamer talked about the special teams. And man, I think that, obviously I don't like to talk about special teams because I like to worry about them 10 days before the season starts. But I also, that's another complicated, complex thing because unlike your other positions where all your guys are on scholarship and then you got walk-ons and you put the walk-ons on scholarship, some different schools have different philosophies. Beamer inherited, keep this in mind too, Beamer inherited Kai Kroger and Mitch Jeter and Alex Herrera.
Right. Yeah.
He didn't. Now he has recruited Mason Love, and they did recruit Max Kelly, who's coming in as a kicker. So we haven't really gotten a beat on his philosophy. My guess is it's this. My guess and my informed guess is if there's one good enough to scholarship him. If not, you can go look at walk-ons. There's more than one way to skin a cat. That's kind of how Shane Beamer rolls anyway.
Yeah.
So you look at it, and I believe, the guys on campus now, will kind of kick and compete. It does seem like Mason Love, scholarship guy, is going to be the punter. But the interesting part of the article, and again, you can read it on thebigspur.com for free by Alex Jones, the pride of Hampton County, is the long snapper thing. Now, let's keep this in mind. Beamer did not sound perfectly pleased with the long snapping. Keep this in mind. What was Shane Beamer at Virginia Tech? He's a long snapper.
Right.
So this dude has standards at that position.
This guy's going to be hypercritical of the position, right? Yeah.
I'm not making light of it either. But listen to this quote. He was like, he talked about the special teams position battles. They've all flashed and had their moments, and then immediately into the long snapper.
Yeah.
We have 4 snappers that are out there competing right now. They've all flashed and had their moments, so he repeats himself. That's where it starts. We can sit there and talk about the kicker and punter all day. If we can't get the snap back there accurately, it's probably not going to matter who is back there. We have to step up there and be better. There's no question about it.
Look, we've been spoiled, right, with Hunter Rogers because, my man's been money. I don't know.
Money.
I can't even think about the last time he had like an egregiously bad snap where it was all his fault, like where it wasn't a combination of, bad hold, something like that. I can't remember the last time Hunter Rogers had a bad snap, but man, yeah, no, I don't want to be nervous about it. I'm not going to be.
Dude,
Beamer's going to get it figured out.
Playing long snapper for Shane Beamer is probably a lot like playing quarterback for Steve Spurrier.
It's got to be tough, man.
Got to be difficult.
Like, he's got to ride your
never
ass, right?
satisfied.
Like, no, You're a little high on that one.
Yeah. Bruin says, I thought we had a 5-star long snapper. You do? But we just went through this whole thing about entitlement. Who the hell would be a long snapper? My stepson, if he'd have taken my advice and learned a long snap, that dude, he'd be entitled.
Yeah, big man on campus. Like, what do you do? I'm the long snapper.
Carolina, I can't remember, like, the entire time I've been following the program in just about any sport. I can't remember them ever having a player from the state of Wisconsin, right, at all. They have 2 long snappers from America's Dairyland, Wisconsin. They don't even have any players in Wisconsin. It's like going to
Right.
North Dakota and getting not a basketball player, but getting a football player. So anyway, they're battling it out. But yeah, one of those guys, Bruin, was a 5-star guy. But when you rank, I mean, the people that rank the long snappers are the guys that coach the long snappers. So he's just like the best one that out of the group. I think it probably takes time. And like I said, the kid's probably nervous. Playing he's long snapping for Beamer. Beamer just get in the line and start snapping on you and make you look bad.
Yeah.
Right. No, this is how you do it. Move.
Fired him back there. Looking like a jugs machine.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I bet he still got it, man. I bet.
That dude stays in shape.
Dude. Yeah.
There's no question about
it. He still got it.
But yeah, it's got to be hard playing. But what Beamer said is as frustrated as it seemed. He's absolutely right, dude. If you got problems at long snapper, because it doesn't matter how good your kicker is, you can't get anything off.
No.
Holder as well, because Kroger was the holder. So on top of everything else, I mean, we're sitting there talking about this team being in the top 10, and people are going to be disappointed if they don't make the playoff. I'm like, on top of they're replacing all but one player on their front seven.
Right.
Which when I say front seven, that's 7 of the 11 players on defense that start. All their depth at D tackle, they're replacing. They're replacing a starting corner who's probably NFL. They're replacing a first-round draft pick, 3-year starter at safety. They're replacing their leading receiver and leading rusher on offense and their entire interior offensive line.
So here's the thing.
The
first person to touch the ball every time you possess it is going to be new.
Exactly.
Right.
Except quarterback.
Right. But he's not the first person.
He's not the first person.
No,
You're right.
he's not. Right. Yeah.
You're at center, your snapper. Yeah. And then so you're starting to go to special teams. Well, probably the whole kicking game returns intact. And it really has for the last 3 or 4 years. Carolina's had, they had to replace Mitch Jeter last year, but they've, Kai Kroger was here for a long time, and this Hunter Rogers, as you mentioned. But now you look at it and you're like, well, all those dudes are gone too. Yo. Yeah, Bruin in the Nana Sports chat box, Bruin Nation barbecue.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I love it.
Barbecue sounds good today. He goes, I can hear it now. Beamer can't recruit special teams. He's lost the locker room. Fire Shula. I believe Mike Shula coached the long snappers to not snap the ball in the game.
That's right.
Bobby says, got them right where they want them. I agree. I mean, I'm not making a lot of predictions right now.
No,
because there's a lot of questions, but I've said it before. I'll say it again. At some point, if you want to be a big time program, you're going to lose a lot of big time players and you got to replace them.
Yeah.
And not have a big, massive drop off. And it would be sad if the Gamecocks finished 6-6 last year because they were young. I don't know, man. It would be sad. Is it realistic? Yeah. Some of these guys don't come along. In this league, boy, I tell you what.
In this league.
It sounds to me, though, like Georgia's having a lot more issues in spring practice than Carolina.
Which, and maybe that's relative to expectations, right? Let's hope.
Maybe.
For their sake.
I don't know. It's different. Kirby has not normally been one to go outward with things. He may be disappointed. He's like, man, we're just going to have to get better if we're not going to do that. He talks. He's like, well, we're just going to have to get better. And now it's like, man, these guys don't do blood. I mean, he's just brutally honest. Maybe that's a motivating. Maybe that's motivation. He seems a little frustrated. He's probably tired of the Atlanta media asking him about drag racing all the time too.
Well, there's that.
I would be as well.
Yeah, I mean, and that
But
but
what
that's they do outside is not necessarily his problem. I mean, it is his problem, but it could be less reflective of how things are inside their football facility and more reflective of what these guys brought in with them.
Yeah, exactly. I'll say this too. I don't know how good Georgia's going to be or not, or bad Georgia's going to be. They could win the national championship. I know they're going to be ranked pretty high preseason because people are lazy. But except Brad Crawford, who will stir the pot in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and we'll dive into the components of his listing. Like, that's one thing I appreciate about Crawford is that, he's not just throwing it out there to make waves. Like, anything he puts out, he backs up.
Yeah, I don't agree with him most of the time, or a lot of the time. Not most, but a lot of the time I don't agree with him. I mean, but I always see where Brad's coming from, like his logic. And I appreciate that, because some people aren't even trying to stir the pot. They're just out there going, brr, brr, brr.
Oh no, I got to have 300 words today. Here they are.
It's like they're talking and they just like pass gas through their mouth, like, brr, like a big bubble poot, Brr. I mean, seriously, some of these people that cover SEC or
whatever
football.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. But nevertheless, I you worry about that. So they're young too, is my point. I think a lot of teams are young and inexperienced just because of the transition and all that good stuff. I think at least at Carolina, you don't really sense any frustration. I haven't sensed frustration out of Beamer, except that long snapper thing. But I think he's probably got pretty high standards there.
That's right. But he's got impossible standards.
Exactly. So
Andrew Tate of special.
I'm trying to think. I didn't ask you. What did you think about that lineup Maneri threw out there last night? I like that. I've been kind of in my dumb. You want to talk about a bubble poot coming out your mouth? If I start talking strategy in baseball,
oh right.
But I've kind of been thinking, why is Hall the leadoff guy? Because he's one of your best hitters, and they moved him to third, Petrie to fourth. They were productive.
Yeah,
I don't know that Caden Gaskin's going to be the leadoff guy. I don't know why Kazmar is still ninth. He's hitting the ball pretty well, but seems to me to be a table setter. But I did like giving those guys to 3 and 4.
Yeah. I kind of feel like it was a one-off midweek kind of thing, at least, especially with Gaskin. And I mean, but here's the thing: like Scobie and Hollins are starting to feel themselves right and feel their roles and carry on too when it comes to the offense. So I don't think that them rotating through the 2-hole, especially from listening from what JB and Stu have said, is that's what they were looking for. They kind of had somebody penciled in there, and that was Kazmar. So maybe it is like, I don't know. For me, and I realize there's all sorts of philosophies to this, and like you, I am no expert, but it's like your cleanup guy's your best guy, right? I mean, that's
if you can put guys around him,
right? You got to protect him. Yeah, you got to protect him and have a good 5. But yeah.
I think Hall in front of him, Scobie behind him is pretty good. I kind of like that.
I was happy to see it when they put Scobie in behind him a couple weeks ago. I was like, that's a good move, because my guy is, getting on base.
And Hall is starting to hit. Yeah, to me, I like, and I know Stewart and Jamie said this, sometimes you put a guy up in the order and he's not used to being there. He may be hot at the bottom. And so he's not used to it, so he presses, or like I was talking about. So maybe that's why Kazmar. But I mean, ideally, I like Kazmar as the leadoff, carry on second because he's a slap hitter and could get hits. He's a good fighter. Fighting player. And then Hall and Stone, Hollins and Scobie, they're freshmen. They're doing well, and then the rest of those guys at the bottom.
Yeah, that's just, and you got to figure out. I guess Braylon is going to be the catcher
for now.
I mean,
yeah,
I mean,
so.
I don't think he'll do all 3 games. You'll
He's-
see call for 2, but
He's coming along.
yeah,
Braylon
man,
is.
yeah.
And Kennedy Jones not in the lineup last night. I guess he's hurt, or is he not hurt?
I don't think he's 100% from that hand,
I,
right?
I would DH him and hit him around 5th, 6th, 7th, something like that.
Yeah.
Because he's good. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think he'd be up in the order, and then put the rest of those guys at the bottom. nothing against those guys.
Somebody's got to hit there, you know.
Yeah. I mean,
I was never a top of the order guy. It was always, lower in there.
My dinger year, I batted 6th. So
yeah, I was usually 6, 7, 8. I don't know. I don't think I was ever in the 9 hole. It wouldn't have surprised me though, nor would it have offended me because that was not my strength. I was defense and hit it where they ain't. Yeah. No power.
Awesome. Well, we didn't even talk about the women's Final Four. That's going on.
That kicks off Friday, right?
Friday night.
Oh yeah. We'll talk.
Softball tonight, 6 p.m. Wofford. Baseball starts at 7 Friday, so you can get 2 screens going Friday. Watch the Gamecocks.
Do you think A&M fall into South Carolina and equestrian could be the death knell for Trev Alberts?
Yeah, I do.
It should be.
The horses are pissed.
I mean, yeah, come on. Listen, you're Texas.
You don't mess. Yeah, dude, you should be anything to do with a horse.
I mean, what are you doing? That's how you know you're falling off the edge of the earth.
And I know. For those of you that love equestrian, like equestrian out there, love equestrian, whatever. I'm all for it. I'm not making.
Oh yeah, no, not making light of it.
I am gonna. I'll say this. Trev Alberts will go hire some cowboys to come in there. We're just gonna go get cowboys. They're cheap. They'll do it for a pack of Marlboros. What? What?
You get a couple of Mongolians.
What?
He's like, you ever seen one of these guys
horse,
on the back of a
man?
horse?
Great on a horse, man. Come on, Aggies. Oh, I'm saving you money.
I got him at a discount.
Texas A&M. Yeah, the Texas school should be good at horse. Now that I think about it.
It struck me the other night. I was like, wow. I mean, I feel like I'm more impressed about that you took out Texas A&M.
How good is Kentucky in equestrian? Do they even have a program?
Well, see, it's skill there. It's not necessarily
not
speed, right? So if we were racing for speed, yeah, then you're looking Kentucky, Rutgers.
Do you know how awesome
Miami.
that would be if you had college horse racing?
Oh,
dude. That costs money.
Yeah, there you go. That definitely money.
I'd get behind some Carolina horse racing. Would we not all go to the SEC Derby? What do you think about it?
Dude.
Bro, that's a great idea.
That'd be the only venue in college where I'd be like, well, there's got to be gambling on site. Like everywhere else, I'm resistant to. Like, there does not need to be a sports book at Williams-Brice Stadium. I do not support that whatsoever.
There's a sports book at Bridgestone Arena during the SEC tournament in Nashville.
Right. Yeah. So the tournaments, I guess, are a little different.
Yeah, neutral
There
sites.
should not be at the home
No,
stadiums.
You should not have that. If there ever is one, I'll gladly run it. I'll be at the age that I'll quit doing this. Just an old JC and we're old bald, dusty ball cap. Like, what you playing? There you go. 15.
It'd be like the guy at the booth on Let It Ride.
Yes,
that's what I'd look like.
That's perfect, Phil. All right, we've gone over today. Thanks everybody. Our guest earlier on the morning show, and obviously thanks to my co-host here, Phil, the Mad Dog. Had fun today, people. It's been a better day. Didn't get much sleep last night, but that was probably good for me. Stayed up working on some stuff. But anyway, get us out of here, brother.
Yeah, man. Looking forward to tomorrow. Alex Jones may not be able to appear on the morning show as we had planned, but that's okay because we know we got Brad Miller live from Tampa, and that'll be fun. I don't know.
Well, pirate outfit on.
Yeah. Oh, I hope so. Oh, well, let's hope he leans into that. Maybe we should. I'll text him and see what he can arrange. Of course, JC and I will be back around noon. A little before that for some crosstalk, some laughs, and we'll have the latest from the Gamecocks athletic facility. As always, everyone enjoy your weekend. 6 p.m. start at Beckham Field tonight for the softball team. Tune in, have a little fun, and go Cox.